Usuka apha ku street B
When you proceed from Street B,
ungene apha kunembobo elapha kune building ezi under street C apha kubhalwe street C. The first block below is C1.
If
you
could
proceed
please-
from Street B
Street C
towards
kulibhalwe ku street C
the right-hand side.
lapho kuhambe khona i-arrow ka street C
There's a red arrow which
kune
indicates
building yokuqala pha iyo le.
the first building would be the place you asking.
If you could please mark it on the map for us, that would be useful.
Xa ungayibhala ngepen loo ndawo, beke nje u-X, ndiza babonisa yona.
And this would be C5 that you've marked, is that right?
As indicated on the map.
Bonds, may I suggest that you ask him to look at YY22? I think it's also, what he's now shown us appears to be clearer on that one, if we understand him correctly.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you, Chair. If you could look at YY 2.2,
Sizawujonga ngoku kulilandelayo YY 2.2.
if you could just also please mark on that map the hostel C5.
Apha ku hostel C5.
YY2 iyo le block. Amaka futhi.
Again, the block just above Street C, as it appears on the map. Khombisa kule ndawo apha ngaphezu kwe Street C, liblock ngaphezulu.
If you would mark it on the map, please, for us.
Ngasimakela yona. Street C.
Thank you.
As indicated on the map, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you.
The first one. Thank you, sir. Do you know where something called the Boilermakers store is?
Kukho indawo
in
eyaziyo
the
ebizwa
Wonderkorp, in this
nge-Boilermakers
area
store.
that we're looking at now?
Ukuba iphi nendawo?
Boilermakers store.
It's Boilermakers store.
Hayi ndazi workshop workshop kwaSkarheni ndiyaziyo ndikayibona iBoilermakers store.
I don't know that one. The one that I know is actually the Skachen workshop.
So you think the Boilermaker store might be in the Skagen workshop, is that right?
Ucinga uba le boiler ingaba pha apho kuleso sakhiwo sakwaSkachen.
Andazi ngoba andikangeni kweza building zikaSkarheni.
Zange ungene kwibhizo.
Le.
I don't know because I've never been inside the Skachen building.
All right, that's fine, thank you. Now, you testified that the striking workers that approached the NUM office on the 11th of August 2012 were carrying weapons. Perhaps you can interpret that part.
The question again was
You testified yesterday that the large group of striking workers that approached the NUM office on Saturday, the 11th of August, were carrying various weapons.
izolo thethe ukuba aba baqhankqalazi bebesiza ngapha kwi-office zonum bebaphethe izixhobo.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
And you testified that those weapons included knobkieries, sticks, assegais, and pangas. That's what you said yesterday, is that correct?
Uthe aba bantu bebaphethe izixhobo ezifana nezagweba, stick, bephethe intonga, bephethe imikhonto.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
Are you certain that those striking workers were carrying pangas on that day?
Unyanisela ukuba bakhona ephanga babeziphethe aba baqhankqalazi.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
So I'd like you to look at page 4, paragraph 17 of your statement.
Awujonge kwi-statement sakho apha, paragraph 17 ekupage yesine.
That's exhibit ZZ2. Do you have that?
Ikhona unayo apha kuwe? I've got it.
In that paragraph, in reference to the group of striking workers, you say they were armed with knobkieries and sticks, and I could see that several of them had assegais. Do you see that?
Uthe apha kwi-statement sakho wabona uba baphethe nentonga, bephethe nemikhonto. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo?
It is so.
You don't say there that the workers were carrying pangas, do you?
Ka uyithethi apha into yokuba wabona baphethe nephanga.
Hayi ndandiyithethile ngabe kwenzeka impazamo apho bayiveli lapho.
I had mentioned it. Possibly a mistake was made by omitting it here.
I'd like you to look at Mr. Debukani's statement, that's exhibit ZZ3.
Make jonge statement ska Tata Udibakwana. Is that Z3?
You could look at page 2, paragraph 2.9.
Kas jonga apa ikasin lesibili ku 2.9. Siswes.
This is the statement from the Lonman security guard, Mr. Debukani, and he says the following. At that time, I observed that some members of the marching crowd were carrying traditional weapons such as sticks and spears. I did not, however, observe any pangas or fire weapons. Do you see that?
Utata oyi security phaya uthi ke yena ngelo xesha wabona okokuba amalungu amachayo aphethe intonga aphethe imikhonto uthi ke akazange abone phanga eyayiphethwe apho kayinene imipu.
Andinakwazi ukuphendula ukuthi wena wayibona ezo zinto ngoba ndime ndandikufutshane naba bantu.
I cannot give evidence as to what it is that he observed. I was nearer to these people.
Now, I understood your evidence yesterday to be that the group of striking workers threw stones at the group of NUM officials and NUM members in the vicinity of the NUM office. Is that correct?
Ikuveka kahle izolo xa uthi aba baqhankqalazi babeza banigibisela ngamatshe bagibisela amalungelo wenum abephaya phambi kwe-ofisi yenum.
Andithanga abe phambi kwe-ofisi na agibisele amalungu enum la bengasemva apho bendikhona nabo.
I said
office.
the group of NUM officials who were behind the NUM offices, not in front. That is where I was also present.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to clarify.
Iyo nto endizama ukuyicacisa leyo.
My note of your evidence yesterday says stones were thrown, but by then we were at the back. Is that what you said yesterday?
Uthe izolo beningasemva xa benigibisela ngamatye.
Nditshilo kuba
That's-
sasisiya kubo nathi.
What I said, yes, and then we also approached them.
So by at the back, you mean you were behind the NUM office at that time, is that
Xa uthi
correct?
emva usho ngasemva kweofisi ezi zenum.
Kunjalo?
That is correct.
So did you actually see the group of striking workers throwing stones?
Wababona abaqhankqalazi benigibisela ngamatye.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
All right, now you're aware of the fact that two people who were members of the group of striking workers were shot by the group of NUM officials and members on Saturday, the 11th of August. Is that correct?
Unalo ulwazi olulandelayo kokuba kwadutshulwa ababini kwaba baqhankqalazi badutshulwa ngaba bantu benum ne-officials ezazikhona apho ngalo mgqibelo.
Leyo ndayifumana emveni kwamalanga xa ikhampani isitsho iveza kwingozi zayo.
I came to know about that when, a few days after, when the company made this information available.
And cases of attempted murder were opened in respect of those two individuals, and the dockets in respect of those cases are before the Commission.
Uthi kwavula amatyala amabili ke izimangalo ezimbili ngaba bantu ababonzakala apho. Ii-dockets zakhona zikhona apha kwi-commission.
Andinalwazi ngaloo nto.
I have no idea.
I'd like you to go to Exhibit XX5, which is the first of these dockets.
Make siye kwi-exhibit le landelayo XX5 enye yezi docket. I don't have it before me.
If the witness could please be provided with the exhibit.
My colleague is looking for it. Thank you, Mr. President. We've got it now.
Perhaps before we look at the docket, you said a few moments ago that you heard from the company about the striking workers that had been shot.
Uthi uyive xa isivezwa icompany le nto bakhona abantu abadutshulwa apho.
Njalo?
It is so.
Please tell us what you were told by the company and when.
Iyayiveza nini ke icompany le nto inixelela ngendlela enjani?
Njengoba thina sisebenza ofisini iyayifake ama-email kuma-computer sibone ukuthi kumcimbi we-safety bangapha abantu abalimeleyo.
We work in the offices, and there were emails sent to our computers to report how many incidents of injuries were there.
Are you saying that there was a specific email sent in relation to these two individuals who were shot by your group on the 11th of August?
Uthi kwavezwa kwi-email ngaba bantu ababini abadutshulwa phaya ngomhla ka-11.
Akuvezwa ngabantu ababini kuphela kuvezwa ngabantu ama-shaft kuphinde kuvezwa ngabantu be-lawn mini yonke ngokunjalo.
Not only the two incidents, but all the injuries in the different shafts.
I'm not asking about any of the other injuries. I'm asking, was there a specific email that you received in relation to these two individuals, Mr. Ngema and Mr. Mbaya Kula?
Ubuza ngaba babini okokuba ungema nalomnye uBayakhuda bavela na kwezo email okokuba bonzakele na.
Akubhalwa amagama abantu ukuthi ngubani lo olimeleyo, kubhalwa inamba ukuthi eWestern bakuse Western kulimela abantu abangaphi, eGari bakuse Gari kulimela abantu abangaphi, akubi nagama lamuntu, eEastern bakuse Eastern kulimela abantu abangaphi, akubi nagama lamuntu.
No names of individuals are mentioned, but the numbers of people. They would, for instance, say, so many people were injured at Western, so many people were injured at the Eastern, and so many people at such and such a shaft.
What was the information that you received about what had happened on the 11th of August?
Ingxelo nayifumana ke ngezehlakalo zomhla ka-11 yayithini kwenzeka ntoni?
Ngomhla ka-11 zange ndifumane ingxelo kuba zange ndiye eShaftini.
On the 11th, I did not receive any information because I did not go to a shaft.
No, I'm not asking about information that you received on the 11th. I'm asking about information that you received at any time about what had happened on the 11th.
Andibuzi ngento owayiva ngomhla ka-11, ndibuza ngento owayiva eyenzeka ngaloo mini ngomhla ka-11, uba kwenzeka ntoni ngomhla ka-11.
Phelele pha kulaa ndawo sasixena amaqhankqalazi xa bezosihlasela ofisini, akukho enye into endayivayo.
Except what I observed at the time of the confrontation with the strikers. That is all I know. I did not hear anything.
So you in fact received no information from the company subsequently about the injuries that had taken place on the 11th. Is that correct?
Ngamanye amazwi ngaphandle kwento oyibona wena apho akukho ngxelo enayifumana eyayivela kwikhampani ngezehlakalo zomhla ka-11.
Hayi akunangxelo sayifumanayo.
No information was received.
So you didn't know how many people had been injured or the nature of their injuries. Is that correct?
Ngakho ke wawungazi ukuba bangaphi abantu abonzakala nokuthi bonzakele ngendlela enjani.
Unjalo?
It is correct.
And you still do not know the names of the people or the nature of their injuries. Is that right?
Kude kube namhla awubazi abo bantu bangobani ababonzakala nokuthi babenzakele ngendlela enjani.
Hayi andibazi.
I do not know them.
All right, if you could look now at Exhibit XX5.
Asijonga ngoku kule exhibit XX5.
If you could go to page 9 of that document. The pages aren't numbered, but if you could just page to page 9. And that you'll find on page 9 the J88 form.
Apha ku page 9 kukho li form ebhalwa ngogqirha bizwa ngokuba i-J88.
You see that?
Uyayibona?
Ndiyayibona.
Yes, I see it.
Now, this is in respect of the docket of Mr. Bongani Ngema, and the nature of his injury is indicated on this document, and it says entrance wound, right lateral lower back at level 3 to 4 level. Do you see
Apha ke
that?
babhale okokuba wayenzakele ngendlela enjani. Bathetha ngenxeba apha ngasesandleni, apha esandleni sokunene, apho wayelimele khona level 3 no 4 phakathi kwezimbali.
Andinalwazi ke mina ngaloo nto zange ndiyive kude kube namhlanje.
Nalapha esiswini sakhe ezantsi.
Barnes, I noticed that according to the document that you're referring to, the bullet was seen on X-ray. The docket doesn't tell us, though, whether the bullet was extracted and whether any ballistic tests have been done, but possibly that's a matter for a possible criminal trial if there is one and not for us. But anyway, I just mentioned it to you because it may well be worth following up. I don't know.
Enye ke into eveze apha kokuba kuthe xa bemthatha i-X-ray yabona kwatholakala ukuba imbumbulu isekhona apha kuye. Uthi ke umhlekazi mhlawumbe kuyawuvela ubungqina bokuba leyo mbumbulu iyathesta ikanene na.
Akukho lwazi total apha kumi malunga nale nto azange ndiyaqala ukuva ngoku.
I'm hearing this for the first time today, Mr. Chairman. I have no idea what happened.
So Mr. Ngema was shot in the back, you see that?
Ako ke umhlekazi lungema lo kuthethwa ngaye apha wadutshulwa apha ngasemva.
Akukho apho ndingakhomenta khona ngoba andinalwazi kwazange ndimbone nokumbona.
I cannot comment here because I did not see him, did not even see him.
So it would appear then that Mr. Ngema was shot while he was running away from your group, is that correct?
Edutshulwe apha ngasemva ungema.
Chair, I
ubonisa
object to
okokuba-
that.
I don't think that, Ms. Barnes, that's correct. Obviously, I must hear the objection, but as I read his statement, A2, it's not clear that that's the case at all. I mean, obviously, on this witness's version, it may be clear that he was running away. But on his own statement, he may have been somebody who was, one can't talk about crossfire because it's not suggested there were shots being fired both ways. But on his version, as I read his statement, he was walking along, he says, on his way to the stadium. And while walking, then he talks about the gunshot and so on. So he doesn't admit to be running away. He doesn't even admit on his statement to being a member of the group that was approaching the LIM workshop. So I think, I haven't given you a chance to answer yet, but I think it may be, unless you want to address me on the point, I think it might be sensible to reformulate the question.
Umhlali ngaphambili
Was that your
uchaza ke
objection,
le nto
Mr. Tip, or have you
okokuba
got another
xa
one?
sijonga istatement sakhe lungema uthi
That was in
ubesiya
essence it, but also coupled with the fact that the J88 says entrance wound right lateral lower back, and I understand the word lateral to signify on the side as distinct from the word posterior, so that it's not clear that the... Well, yes.
See how Ms. Barnes deals with the 2 points.
masive umbuzo
I'm not sure that either is
kamama
necessary for the
uBarnes.
point she's going to make.
Njengoba echaza umgcini sihlalo okokuba xa kufundwa istatement sakhe ungema uthi wadutshulwa esiya estadium akaqeli apho kuba wayebaleka ikanye uthi wayesiya estadium ubungqina obukhona apha buthi wadutshulwa apha ngasemva ezantsi sizawuva obobungqina xa sebulethwa apha ngaphambili kodwa ke masive ukuba umama uBarnes uthi.
Yes, the point is really that it seems unlikely that Mr. Ngema would have been facing his shooter at the time that he was shot. Isn't that correct?
Apha ke ubungqina xa buthi wadutshulwa ngasemva kokuba wayengajongene nalo mntu wayemdubula sife avumelana apha.
Into edibene nokudubula mna andinalwazi ngayo
Pertaining
kwayona nje
to
zange
the
ndadubula.
shooting, really, I have no idea. I cannot give evidence there.
All right, if you could go now to exhibit.
It's all very speculation, isn't it? If there were 3 shots, and this was the 3rd shot, he might well have turned around when he heard the first shot. I mean, but we don't know. It's all speculation. If he's called to give evidence, maybe we can take these points further. But I'm not sure that we're getting anywhere with respect with this particular point. But I'm sure you've got better points that you're going to make now.
Ubeka ngolo hlobo kumhlali ngaphambili okokuba kukho imbumbulu ezintathu izithongo ezintathu ezadutshulwa apho mhlawumbe nikuthe xa kubethe sokuqala wajika ke njengomuntu nomnye ezama ukubaleka sizawuva obobungqina xa sebuvezwa ngoyo ukuba kwakwenzeke ntoni.
If we could turn now to exhibit XX6, that is the docket in respect of the other gentleman, Mr. Mambuya Kulu, who was also shot on that day.
Xa sizapha ku XX6 ke ubungqina bukamhlekazi lo uMabuya Khulu kubekwa ke ngolu hlobo apha.
If you could go to page 7 of that document, which is also the J88.
Nansi ke iJ88 yakhe i-report kaGqirha.
And you see there that this gentleman was also shot in the back, entrance wound right lower back at L4/5 level. You see that?
Nayo ke ikhombisa ngolo hlobo kokuba inxeba elilembumbulu langena apha ngasesiswini wadutshulwa apha ngasemva ngasemva iyazophuma apha ngasesiswini. Uyayibona loo nto? lower back.
Ewe ndiyayibona loo nto.
Yes, I see it.
And it appears that this gentleman was also hit with a knobkierie. If you could go to page 3 of the docket and have a look at his statement.
Xa siya kwi-statement sakhe, kukho nobungqina bokuba wabetha nangentonga, knobkierie.
I'm going to read the relevant portion of the statement.
Ndiza kufundela sona eso statement sakhe.
It's the third paragraph on that page. It says, before they approached us, they shooted through to us and hit others with knobkierie, and we ran away, and I was shot at the back, and the bullet struck me, and I fall. And after that, they came to me and asked where I'm working, and I said, Kari. And then they hit me on the head, and I moved towards the fence. You see that?
Ubeka ngolo hlobo kwathi xa kugujula imbumbulu phaya sedujuliwe wawa bafika kweyaba bantu bambuza uba usebenza phi na wathi usebenza eKaree. Kuthe kusenjalo omnye wamgalela apha entloko ngentonga esagweba.
Andizange ndiyibone loo nto mna.
I did not observe that.
So he doesn't in fact say that he was hit with a knobkierie, but he says that he was hit on the head, and then he refers to other people having been hit with a knobkierie. You see that?
Uthetha ngabanye ababetha ngezagweba uthi yena wabetha nje apha entloko. Unolwazi ngaloo nto?
Andinalwazi mna ngaloo nto.
I have no idea.
There's also, in the same document, if you go onto page 5, there's a statement there from the police officer who found this gentleman.
Uthi apha ku page 5 kukho ne statement sepolisa ekulona elamchola phaya elamfumana phaya.
And the statement from the police confirms that he had a head injury as well as the bullet wound in his back.
Statement sepolisa naso siyangqina okokuba wayedutyuliwe lo muntu ebethiwe nala intloko enenxeba apha entloko.
Andinalwazi ngaloo nto.
I have no knowledge of that.
At the bottom of page 5, the police statement says there was injury on his head and on the right side, and then it says, and on the top of his waist next to the spinal cord, there was the gun wound.
Polisa libeka ngolo hlobo angasesandleni sokunene entloko wayenelinxeba lokubethwa bese kubakho eli lembumbulu apho kwangena khona imbumbulu. Unolwazi ngaloo nto?
Akukho lwazi.
I have no idea.
What's also apparent from this docket at page 10 is that Mr. Mabuya Kula was initially
May I
admitted.
explain something here, Mr. Chairperson?
Xa ndithi uqwalasela apha aba basebenzi ngabasebenzi ngomnye umsebenzi ngosebenze eKaree. Izinto zaseKaree asisetyenzwa eWestern, zisetyenzwa esibhedlele eKaree. Awunawukwazi ukukhawuleza uyazi information ukuthi umuntu waseKaree wenzeke ntoni. Kubano odutyulweyo ngubani othini. Kuba lula xa ungaba yenzeke kule unit ukuyo. So andinabalwazi kwangaba bantu ngoba ndiva angathi ngabantu baseKaree. So kune clinic yaseKaree apho baye batreatwe khona.
May I explain, Mr. Chairperson, that I understand this person is working at Karee, and Karee has its own facility. It has got its own clinic over there, and people who are working at Karee would be taken necessarily to those facilities, and it would be difficult for me to know what is happening over there because I'm in a different unit.
All right, well, I'm simply putting to you that this gentleman was initially admitted to the Andrew Safi Hospital on the Lonman premises.
Uthi ke uthanda ukubeka ukuba lo mhlekazi lona wangena kuqala phaya eSafi hospital iphaya kuni.
Ayike akukho nto ndiyivileyo. Hayi.
I did not hear anything about that.
And then this gentleman was thereafter transferred to the Fernquest Hospital in Rustenburg, and he was placed in ICU, in intensive care. That appears on page 10 of the docket.
Njengoba kuvela apha kwidocket kuba wasusa apho wazisa esibhedlele esikhulu apha eRustenburg apho afika afakwa khona kwigumbi labagula kakhulu i-ICU.
Andinalwazi ngazo zinto.
I have no knowledge of that.
And similarly, Mr. Ngema was also admitted initially to the Andrew Safi Hospital and then transferred to the Ferncrest Hospital in Rustenburg, and that appears at page 4 and 5 of his docket.
No mhlekazi lo wenzakala ungema naye wangena pha esibhedlela saseSafi wasuswa apho ke wazisa esibhedlela saseRustenburg esikhulu.
Andinalwazi.
I have no idea.
It appears from the docket that he was working at Career, but he was found at the place that was described, the workshop. He was seriously injured because he was shot, amongst other things, he was shot in the back. And so the nearest hospital was Safi, so he was then taken by ambulance to Safi, and thereafter he was transferred to the other hospital, which was referred to by council. Is it Fern? What's it?
It's Ferncrest Hospital.
The Ferncrest Hospital.
Njengoba kusitshiwo.
The fact that he originally came from Korea is not relevant in relation to the hospital he was taken to. He was injured, taken to the nearest hospital, and thereafter transferred to another hospital for further treatment. So I think that's a dead end, if I may say so.
Uchaza lo mbuzo kaKhansela othi noma wayesebenza eCareer lo muntu wonzakala phaya ngase workshop. Sibhedlela ke besifuphi nalapho sesikubizwa ngokuba iSafi. Wasiswa kweso sibhedlela kwathi emva koko wathathwa waziswa apha esibhedlela esikhulu saseRustenburg. Ngakho ke into yokuba ungumuntu waseCareer akubalekile gqitha kulento. Uthini kulona?
Akukho nto ndingakhomenta kuyo ngoba abantu aba-admit esibhedlela andibazi uba kufakwa abantu abangaphengelanga.
Mr. Chairperson, I can't comment on that because I have no idea how many people are being admitted per day in any hospital.
Now, you've stated earlier that you received no report from the company about these people and what had happened to them. Is that correct?
Andithi uthe akukho report akukho ngxelo enayifumana ivela kwikampani ngokonzakala kwaba bantu ababini.
Ndithe emveni kwexesha kwabakho apho ikhampani ibonisa khona uba kwi-confrontation between kwabaqhankqalazi ne-members ze-NOM kube nabantu ababini abalimeleyo baphelela apho information nayo.
I said, Mr. Chairperson, information was received later that during the confrontation between the strikers and the NU and the NUM people, 2 people were injured, but it ended there.
Was that information received after the 16th of August?
Lo ngxelo yavela emva komhla ka-16 ku-August.
Nangona ndingasakhumbuli idate kodwa ndicinga uba ibingekafiki 16 ka-August.
Though I do not remember the exact date, but I think it was before the 16th of August.
But the information wasn't received immediately. It was some days after the incident. Is that correct?
Uthi yavela lo ngxelo izinsukwana ezithize emva kwa ayivelanga ngelo xesha.
Kunjalo ubungakhumbula kakuhle ukusuka ngomgqibelo emveni kwe-confrontation benama-strikers uphinde futhi usuka ngecawe ngemhla we-12 kange siphinde sibe ngabantu abahlala pha besisuka apho sibekwe kwindawo e-safety khona sihambe ngemoto siye emsebenzini.
If you remember well, after the confrontation of the 11th and that on the 12th, we were then removed from there to a base of safety where we were being transported by vehicle to the place where we worked.
Bonds, I see this, there's no exit wound. So laparotomy was done. The report says that no bullet was visualized on X-ray, but I take it, it may well have been that, I'm not sure whether it's for us to investigate it, it may be something to be done elsewhere, but it looks as if the bullet may well have been removed during the laparotomy, and presumably ballistic evidence may well be able to link it to a weapon, if a weapon is in the possession of the of the police. So, but these are matters which we obviously can't deal with at the moment. But they may well be worth looking into.
Now, sir, isn't it correct that if there was no immediate report about what had happened to these people, and if they were no longer on the premises of Lonman, that people may have believed that they had died?
Ms. Barnes, isn't that speculation? I mean, we can speculate as well as anybody else can. If we're going to have lots of, could this have happened, is this possible, may this be the case, in respect to matters which are really inferences from facts that are established, I think we're going to spend a lot of time unfruitfully. I don't want to stop you if you have a particular focused reason for asking the question, but I have indicated my attitude to that kind of question.
Chair, I won't take it any further.
Ukuxelela ngumhlekazi okokuba ubuza imibuzo enjengalena apho le ndoda ingakwazi ukona ukuphendula kakwesincedi kuchitha nje ixesha.
Isn't it correct, sir, that prior to the incident which happened on the 11th of August, the striking workers would gather at the vicinity of the Wonderkorp Stadium? Is that right?
Andithi phambi kwale phithiphithi esenzeka mhla ka-11 abacankcalazi bebaloku bedibana phaya ngase-Wonderkorp Stadium baloku behlangana apho.
Babonile ngomgqibelo.
I saw them on Saturday.
And after the incident, they started gathering on the Kopi instead. Is that correct?
Kuthe emva kwale mbambano ke phaya base bekhuphuka besiya entabeni. Kunjalo.
Andibabonanga ukuthi basentabeni ndazi noba bebesemikhukhwini noma bebephi kodwa andibabonanga uba baphi.
I did not see where they were, whether they were in the Czech settlement or wherever. I did not see them.
Well, you heard that after the incident, they began to gather on the Kopi. Isn't that correct?
Kodwa wayiva into yokuba emva kokuba kwenzeke esi sehlakalo base bekhuphuka besiya entabeni.
Kunjalo?
Yes.
Chair, I have no further questions.
Gqibela apha ke umama uBarnes.
Mr. Mpofu, are you going to cross-examine? You wish to cross-examine next?
I do wish, Chair, yes.
Please do so.
Uva ngoku kumhlekazi uMpofu.
Mr. Kekeleza,
Mnumzana.
Say,
you like the NUM very much, don't you?
thanda gqitha umbutho we-NUM, andithi?
Kunjalo?
It is so.
You're prepared to do anything for it?
Simisela ukuba ungenza nantoni ke kulo mbutho.
Kodwa enhle
Only which is good.
You're also prepared to lay down your life for it, according to your evidence, correct?
Xa simamela ubungqina bakho uzimisela okokuba ungayifela nale nhlangano xa kunesidingo.
kungaba njalo
It can be so, yes.
And you wouldn't like something bad to happen to the NUM, correct?
Awunakuthanda kuba kwenzeke noma yintoni engenhle embi yenzeka kwi-NUM.
kunjalo
It is correct.
You also wouldn't like an adverse finding from this commission against the NUM, would you?
Enye ke into awunawuthanda okokuba kuvele izinto ezimbi kule commission okokuba ezizenziwa yi-NUM.
sigqibo secommission ngaba sesecommission ngendikwazi ukusiphendulela.
I cannot change the finding of the commission. It would be the commission's finding.
No, sir. Just answer the question. I'm asking about you. Would you wish that there is no adverse finding against the NUM?
Ndibuza ngawe mhlekazi wena ngokwakho esakho isifiso kokuba makungavezwa into embi eyenziwe yinantsika imbutho.
Akunjalongo.
No, it is not so.
Would you wish that there is an adverse finding?
Sifiso sakho kokuba kuvele into embi eyenziwe yi-NUM.
Ukuba yenze into embi mayivele.
If they done anything wrong, let it come out.
Good.
Aye, kakuhle.
And do you think the NUM did something bad on the 11th?
Uyibona ke lento i-NUM kukho into eyenza embi ngomhla ka-11.
akukho nto ndiyibona wrong.
I see nothing wrong.
It only did good things.
Yenza nje okufanele okuhle.
Ndingatsho kanjalo.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. You are an RDO yourself, correct?
Andithi wena ngokwakho i-RDO.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
And is it so that RDOs work under very bad and difficult conditions?
Inyaniso le ukuba aba bantu be-RDO umsebenzi bayenzayo nzima gqithi basebenza phantsi kwemeko ezinzima.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
Is it also correct that they are extremely underpaid?
Nyaniseke nokuba imvuzo wabo akuwo mvuzo wanele lo msebenzi.
Kunjalo?
I agree.
Is it correct that they should be paid more than what they are being paid? In other words, in respect to wages, that they have a legitimate cause for complaint?
Uyavuma okokuba kufanele nyana ukuba imvuzo yabo ibe ngaphezulu kwalento ngako bekukho izizathu ezenza okokuba bafake ezimfuno zokuphakamisela imvuzo.
Yavuma kubo bonke abasebenzi abasebenza emayini ngaphandle kwabashini operator kuphela. Kuba bonke basebenza nzima.
I agree that all the people employed by the mines work under difficult circumstances, not only the machine operators.
Is it correct that some of the conditions that RDOs work under seriously impair their dignity, human dignity?
Andithi uyavuma okokuba imeko ezithize abasebenza phansi kwazo aba bantu abazi-RDOs ziyabehlisa empilweni ngabantu abayi-dignity yabo.
Kunjalo?
I agree.
Is it correct that they are still referred to as they were under apartheid as machine boys,
Andithi uyayivuma lento okokuba
irrespective of their age?
lisasetshenziswa eligama lalisetshenziswa ngala maxesha engqindezelo okokuba i-RDO ngoma-chin boys.
Isasetyenziswa nangoku.
It is still being used, yes.
Now, on the 11th, your testimony is that you were on your way, on the 11th of August, sorry, Mr. Chairman, 2012. Your testimony is that you were on your way to work in the morning, correct?
Kunjalo?
She wawusiya emsebenzini ngale mini 11 August 2012 ewe.
And you were stopped by shop stewards. Were these people who were well known to you?
Wa nqandwa zi-shop steward phaya bangabantu abaziyo abo.
Kunjalo?
Yes.
These are your comrades from the NUM. You know them very well.
Amaqabane akho e-NUM ngabantu abaziyo.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
You know their names.
Bazi nangamagama ukuba ngobani.
Abanye babo kodwa hayi bonke ngoba sibizana ngama-nickname.
Some of them, yes, not all of them. We also refer to one another by nicknames.
Okay, you know all their names or their nicknames?
Uyabazi ke bonke ngamagama kanene nge-nicknames zabo.
Ndiyabazi bonke abanani nabo.
All those with whom I was, yes.
Yes. And these are the same people who made up the group of 30 that gathered at the NUM office. You know all their names?
Ngaba bantu abaphinde badibana phaya e-ofisini ze-NUM ubazi bonke ngamabizo ngamagama.
Yawe kunjalo?
It is so.
Okay. Now, when you went back to the office, as I understand it, and then is it correct that the security officials of Lonmin advised your group to vacate the offices?
Andithi nabsuka apho naphindele ofisini kwade kwezo security bathi kuni banicela okokuba hey maniphume apha eofisini.
Akukho njalo.
No, it is not so.
Okay, well, that was the evidence of Mr. Sitelele, I think, that you were advised to vacate the office.
Xa sijonga ubungqina bukaMhlekazi uSitelele uthi naxelwa ngaba bantu okokuba hey madoda phumana apha eofisini.
Ndandingekho xa ithetha nama-security, andazi uba yathetha kanjani naye.
I wasn't present when he spoke to the security officers. I don't know if that was mentioned.
Yeah, but he must have come back to report to the group of about 30 people.
Kodwa kufanele okokuba weza kuni njengegroup wazonixela uba hey madoda kuthiwe.
Wayezoripota ngokuthi ama-security amxelele ukuthi amaqhankqalazi bazohlasela eofisini.
What he did report was that information was given that the strikers were coming to attack the office.
Okay, well, in any event, your evidence is that there was a big debate about whether to go or to stay, correct?
Andithi xa siva obakho ubungqina kwabakho ingxoxo apho kokuba siphume namadoda singaphumi makwenzeke ntoni.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
So, that debate, for someone who was not there, there must have been a group of people who were saying you should leave and another group that were saying you must stay.
Mandithi ke kumuntu ubengekho apho uzawujonga le ngxoxo yayikhona apho kwakho abanye bathi hayi masiphumeni abanye bathi hayi masingahambi. Kunjalo?
Akukho njalo.
No, it is not so.
Well, then what was the nature of the debate?
Awusixele na kwakuthethwa ntoni apho isigqibo kwaba yintoni.
Ukuba siphumela ngaphandle kweofisi bangade singahlaselwa singaphakathi kweofisi.
The decision was made was that we go outside the office so that we are not being attacked whilst inside the office.
If you could just bear with me, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I'll come back to that. I'm looking for a passage in your statement or that of Mr. Stelel.
Ndisajonga nje into ethize apha kwi-statement sakho Mhlekazi ndizawuphinda ndibuye.
Which statement are you looking?
Well, I was looking at ZZ2, which is this witness statement, but the information I'm looking for might be in Mr. Stelel's statement, which is...
What's the information you're looking for? You would tell us in one sentence.
Yeah, Chair, well, it's the issue we're debating, which is that there was a debate inside the NUM office. Some people saying they should vacate the offices and others saying they must stay.
Ujonga le nto apho kwakuthethwa khona ukuba masiphume abanye bathi singaphumi.
Anything indirectly in those terms, by inference it's there, because what you have is, in Mr. Setleleli's statement, YY1, at para 17.
Para 17, thank you, Chair.
Uthi umqinisela mhlawumbe Mhlekazi umpofu ujonge phaya ku-paragraph 17.
Paragraph 15 of Mr. Gegele's statement.
Yes,
That's correct. We have a lot of anxious discussion about what we should do.
that's
Exhibit
correct, thank you.
ZZ2, para 15.
It's paragraph
line
15.
Line 3.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my pages are copied on both sides, which makes it difficult. Thank you very much.
Advocate Hemraj has found it for us.
Thank you very much. I'm indebted to the Commissioner.
Ucommissioner Emraj uyiveza ukuba masijonge phaya ku-15 uyabulela kakhulu Mhlekazi umpofu apha kufundeka ngolu hlobo.
Yeah. Well, you've now just said that there was no such, the debate that I postulated to you did not take place. Can I read what you said on paragraph 15 of your statement?
Chair, I object to that. The witness's answer must be treated fairly. He put it in chronological order. It had been suggested that there was a big debate inside the office. He said, no, we moved out of the office. And paragraph 15 must be put fairly. We then all moved out of the office and onto the road, and then there is a description of what took place thereafter, and it must be put on that basis with respect.
Mr. Poff, it does seem as if Mr. Tip is correct. I don't know that
No,
it
that's not
necessarily affects the point you're making. So may I suggest you reformulate your question and move on?
Yes,
Where the debate took place is neither here nor there. Your point is there was a debate and a decision was taken.
That's correct.
Put
I'll
it-
move
put
on,
it-
Chair.
Put it correctly.
The objection
and
is
then
not well-founded, but I'll let it go. I'll reformulate the...
I think it is well founded, but never mind, carry on.
Yes, thanks. Mr. Kegeleza, you remember that you and I agreed that there was a big debate, correct?
Uyakhumbula mhlakazi Gegelezo ukuba kwabakho ingxoxo apho nithetha ngale nto nibonisana ukuba makwenzeke ntoni.
Hayi ingxoxo ezinkulu.
Yes, there were big discussions.
Right. The only point about which you and I differed,
Hayi ingxoxo ezinkulu.
No, let me correct this. He says it wasn't very deep discussions.
was it a debate?
Kwabakho nje intetho ekhona phakathi.
Kukuqalelana mama siphume office.
Just telling one another to leave the office,
Singafunyanwa ngabaqhankqalazi ngaphakathi.
that the strikers should not find us inside the office.
Yes, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. What I'm putting to you is that the debate was about whether to vacate the office and flee, as it were. You are saying, no, the debate was whether you must stay inside the office or outside the office. Do I understand our difference correctly?
Siyavana apha mhlakazi.
Xa siphuma phandle eofisini kwakufuneka ukuba sasifuna ukuba sihambe siyoba ngaphandle ukuze bangasifumani singaphakathi eofisini. Futhi okwesibini bangasifumani singaphakathi kwezalidi yase-ofisini sibe sendaweni enespace esivulekileyo.
The discussion was that we should not be found inside the house when there's an attack. We should be somewhere outside, and we also said we should not be inside the yard, but outside where it would be safe.
Yes. In other words, you are saying there was no debate concerning leaving and fleeing altogether and running away.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying. What he's saying is, the first question was, do we stay in the office?
Yeah.
There appears to be unanimity, that's not a good idea, we'll be trapped in the office. So they all agreed and they went out.
Yeah.
They decided not even to be trapped in the yard, but to go outside. So they went outside onto this rough piece of ground that Mr. Tip spoke about. Then there was a debate, and what was described as an anxious discussion, which may have been a deep debate or not. Anxious discussion, do we stay here or do we go? Some of them left, that's what he says. Some of them left, did in fact leave, and others stayed. And that's the point, really, from which you're proposing to move on, as I understand it. But please, not let me
I'm
interfere
sorry,
with your
Chair.
cross-examination unduly.
No, thank you, Chair. No, I'm not talking about what he says in the statement, Chair. I'm talking about what he said now in evidence.
Uthi umhlekazi uMpofu uthetha ngale nto ithethe ngoku apha kubungqinakayi kwi-statement umhlekazi umgcinihlalo bemxelela okokuba kwabakho
I didn't
intetho
understand him to
okokuba
say anything different, but I don't know that it matters really
Kwabakho
for the
isidingo
purposes of
sokuba
the point you're trying to make. But anyway, let me not stop you unduly.
uthi ke umhlekazi uMpofu yena ubuza ngento oyithethe apha kwanamhla.
Mr. Kegeleza, was there any debate on the 11th at any time whatsoever about whether you should vacate and leave the office altogether or stay and defend it?
Ngulowo ke umbuzo obuzwayo ngokuba xa senigqibile ukuthetha kwabakho intetho yaba abanye abathi hey masibalekeni apha singabi khona kanene kwa isigqibo kwathiwa masime apho sikhusele indawo yethu.
Zange kubekho umuntu athi masibaleke.
Nobody mentioned that we should flee.
Thank you.
Yevaka.
Now, and that's how I understood the difference between you and me. Now, what I want to put to you is that in your statement, as the chairperson has already said, in your statement, you say that there was such a debate and, in fact, some people left. more than 10, if I understand it. Is that correct?
Ake xa sifunda i-statement sakho njengoba esitsho umgcinisihlalo kwaba khona into etsho njengaleyo kwagqibela i-10 ndiyabona yabantu bahamba abeni.
Xa unokumamela kwi-statement, xa unokutsho ngokwi-statement kwi-statement sam.
If you look in my statement,
Ndithi kwafika iveni yama-security aselonmin,
say-
inama-security amabini ngaphakathi.
a van
Yabiza-
arrived there, with lawnman van with 2 security officers inside.
Yabiza u-branch secretary uDaluvuyo ongasekhoyo ngoku.
They called the branch secretary, the late Daluvuyo Bongo.
Yanatsika yanixelela ukuthi masivale office sihambe sivale office sihambe nangama strikers kufutshane.
They suggested to him that we should close the office and move away because the strikers were in the
Wabuza
vicinity.
uDaluvuyo kokuba uzozikhusela na i-office. Nizozikhusela na i-office.
Mr. Bongo asked them if they would protect our office.
Okay, let's approach it like this.
Masi
Whether it was Mr. Bongo or Mr. Stelele or whoever, did more than 10 people leave as a result of the call to vacate and flee?
Masibuze kukho abantu abangu-10 abathi xa bexelelwa benza isigqibo
Akugqiba
sokuhamba.
ukuthetha ama-security abambe
Chair.
indlela yangaseBrest
Object to
kwasekuvakala
that
abaqhankqalazi
proposition.
babakufutshane babaleka
There's-
abanye abasebenzi esasinabo.
There is now being put to the witness that there was a call to vacate and flee. Now, that's not present in the evidence at all, and if Mr. Mpofu is going to lead evidence to that effect, then he must make that clear. But it's not correct to say to the witness and to require him to deal with a call to do something.
Uthi umhlekazi uthi maye ubuze lo mbuzo ngendlela
Limitations and the
ecacileyo.
parameters of what took place there are clear from his statement with respect. They don't extend to a call to flee.
Okay.
Pofu?
Chair, yes, Chair, once again, for the sake of progress, I'll just refer the witness to the statement. Mr. Stelele, let's just look at what you say.
Masijonge intetho yakho Sitelela.
Mr. Gegeleze, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Although, yeah, Mr. Brown is Mr. Stelele, yes. You say at paragraph 15, although many people spoke in favor of remaining and trying to protect the office, it was clear that most of us, if not all, were very afraid of the strikers given the information we had received. Several of those present did in fact leave. And then you were asked at some stage how many, and you said it was more than 10. Do you remember that?
Uyayikhumbula loo nto ukuba kwathetha noma nanoyika ngengxelena niyixelele phaya abanye ke bathi hayi bazawuhlala bona kodwa kukho abahamba. Uyakhumbula loo nto?
Akukho mntu wathi uzohamba amveni koba zifumene information ndifuna icace kakuhle le ndaba.
I want to make it very clear, nobody decided to leave after we had received
Xa
this
sesiphumile
information.
ngaphandle eofisini kwafika isecurity xa sifika isecurity sithetha noDaluvuyo after sithethe noDaluvuyo amanye amaqhankqalazi basebe bekufutshane lelatseka nama-security ahamba.
Must state that after the
So abanye
arrival,
xa sehamba ama-security abanye abantu babaleka apha kuthi.
I must say, sir, that after the arrival of the security officers when they had given this information, at that time the strikers were already in the vicinity, they were near. The security left and only then did some of our people decide to flee.
Okay, so when those people decided to flee, were the people who were left less than 20?
Babaleka ke ababanye abasala apho baba ngaphansi kuka 20. Kunjalo?
Kungaba njalo.
Possible.
Well, you say at the statement, by the time the strikers arrived, there was less than 20 people who had remained in the office. Whether, what do you mean it can be possible?
Usho kanjani ukuthi kungaba njalo ngoba utsho apha kwi-statement okokuba xa befika abo naseningaphansi ka-20 abasele apho.
Kaloku ukhumbule ukuthi le ntetho ndiyithetha apha bendingababali aba bantu kodwa bendibabona ukuthi bangenzeka uba bangaphansi kwe-20 not ukuthi bendibabalile.
Remember that what I said here and what evidence I'm giving here is based on an estimation. I didn't actually count the people.
Okay,
That's a point worth investigating further. it was about 20. Whether he said exactly it was less than 20 or now he says it was possible doesn't really matter for our purposes. For our purposes, there were about 20 there, and then something happened, and that's what you're interested in, isn't it?
Okay.
Sibeke apho
Thank you, Chair.
kwakungahle kube yi-20 ngoba uthi awubabalanga masamkele loo ntetho uyithetha.
Okay, fair enough. Let's accept then what you say in your statement that less than 20 people remained.
Masiyamkeleke ngolo hlobo kwakungaphantsi kwa-20 abantu ababesele apho.
Now, of those less than 20 people, you broke off from the others with a group of about 5, correct?
Andithi kule 20 yayisele apho noma ngaphantsi ka-20 wena ke nabanye ningababahlanu nabeseniphuma kulo group.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
What happened to the other less than 15 people?
Kwenzeka ntoni ke ngababasele apho esingathi kwenzeka ntoni ngababasela
Babemele
singaba-15?
endleleni.
They were standing in the road there.
Were they in the front of the office?
Phambi kwe-office?
Kunjalo?
Yes.
And you were at the back of the office?
Nine ningasemva.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
You could not see the other 14 or 15?
Ningakwazi ukubabona aba banye bangaphambili 14 noma 15.
Abanye besibabona bebevelile abanye besingababoni.
Some were visible, we did not see others.
In any event, the group of 5 that you were part of was armed with a few knobkieries and 1 spear.
Lapha ke nanikhona ningu-5 nalaba uningu-5. Kweli qela abanye babephethe nje intonga kumkhonto umnye.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
And it is that group of 5 that, as it were, stood toe to toe with this crowd.
Manditsho kokuba yile group yabantu abangu-5 ke abemanyani bajongana nale group yayiza phaya.
Saxelela naba abangaphambi kwe-office ukuthi mabaziye ngaku-satellite police station ukuze bancedise kungabikho abantu abajikela ngasemveni kwethu baya ngakwenza kwangolo hlobo.
We asked the other group to move towards the satellite police station so that there's no group that would approach us from that side.
Good. So that group then went towards in front of the satellite police station.
Kwenzeka kanjalo ke basebeya ngaphambi kwase-satellite police station.
Kwenzeka kanjalo?
That's happened, yes.
And now they were completely invisible to you from where you were behind the NUM office.
Andithi ke wena apha ngasemva kwe-office le-NUM ngelo xesha usababoni tutu aba bajikele kweliya cala.
Kunjalo?
That is correct.
So what you're telling the commission is that not knowing where those other 15 people were, the 5 of you with a couple of sticks and a knobkierie and a spear stood and were prepared to resist the crowd of, which has been estimated at about 2,000 to 3,000 people.
Ngoku uthi wena ke sebesithele phaya ningababoni apha nina ke apha nixhobe ngentonga nje nomkhonto wodwa nakwazi ukujongana nezi zihlwele zabantu ezibekwa kumawaka athize.
Ngathi xa ndiphendula nabayana babayokwenza ngolu hlobo nathi senza ngalo babengazikuma pha.
In answering your question, the others that had gone on the other side had also gone to do exactly the same thing. They wouldn't just stand there.
And yonke into isenza ngokukhawuleza ngolo xesha.
And everything was happening very fast at the time.
No.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
please?
thank you.
In your statement, you refer to a large group of strikers coming around the corner of the road from the hospital and the stadium, moving in your direction. Can you give us an estimate of how many there were, or is it not possible?
Ungakwazi na ukubekisa nje kusiqathela kuba uthi kwi-statement sakho wabona abaqhankqalazi abaninzi besiza ngapha e-ofisini ungasho ukuba bekungabantu abangaki ngezibalo xa sowucinga.
Ndinokwazi ukuthi babengabantu abangaphi ngoba bebebaninzi.
I would not be able to say how many, Mr. Chairperson, but there were quite many.
Okay, well, the reason why I used between 2,000 and 3,000 is because Mr. Dibakwane estimated them at 3,000, and the other gentleman, what's his name? Who made a statement, estimated them at 2,000. I think it's Mutlulehi.
abanye ababini uDibokwana nalomnye bathetha ngabantu
Mutlugerwa.
Yes, Motluk Gilwa in ZZ4.
Yes, in ZZ4.
Paragraph 7.
Correct,
Puts
Chair.
them at more or less 2,000.
And Dibakwane at,
In paragraph 2.22.
2.22.
Of Mr. Debokwane's statement, exhibit ZZ3, he puts them approximately 3,000.
3,000.
This witness says he doesn't know the number, but there
course.
are a lot.
Yeah.
We don't need the number for the purpose of this part of the case.
That's exactly why I framed the question of, when I said a crowd estimated at between 2,000 and 3,000. The gist really
statement
of what
as
I'm
an
saying
amateur.
to you is, the 5 of you standing there with one spear and a stick or two, were prepared to have a face-off with this group estimated of thousands of people.
mandithi ke njengoba xa sijonga istatements alamadoda amabili aba bantu phakathi kwamawaka amabili namathathu umbuzo ke ukuthi nina nengabantu abahlanu niphethe intonga nomkhonto wodwa nanizimisela ukuba nijongane naba bantu.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And you say that in your mind, one of the things that fortified you to do this act of bravery is that the other 14 or 15 were not just going to stand there, as you say.
Uthi into eyenza kokuba nawe ke ube nesibindi esingaka soba ungajongana nezihlwele ukuthi naba abanye abangu-14 phaya babenza yona loo nto.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Well, what were they carrying?
Bona ke babexhobe ngantoni.
Ngamastiki into ndayibonayo ekhona nemikhonto ekhona umkhonto oyi-1 okhona futhi kubo nephanga eyi-1 eyayifunyanwe kumaqhankqalazi.
Sticks, as I have said, there was at least one assegai and one panga which had been taken from the strikers, which was found from the strikers.
All right. So the other unit or battalion had one stick, rather a couple of sticks, one panga and one assegai.
Uthi abanye ke iqela elesibini lena jikela ngaphambili babe nomkhonto owodwa nephanga eyodwa nentonga.
Hayi bonke babanye babephethe intonga.
All the others were carrying sticks.
Yes, and with this one panga, one spear and a couple of sticks, they were not just going to stand there. What were they going to do?
Uthi bexhomeke ngolo hlobo ngentonga nomkhonto wodwa nephanga eyodwa uthi babengenawo manje apho babezokwenza ntoni.
Ndingake ndicacise ngolu hlobo.
Let me explain it this way.
Apho endaweni endikhulele kuyo
At the place where I grew up,
andizange ndive inamba ukuthi abantu abafanele babalwe nabanye kufuneka babe ngaphi.
I had never been told fighting depends on numbers.
Kodwa into eyona ndinamava ngayo ndazi ukuthi xa kunamaqela amabini kuba kwelinye iqela elohlulwayo.
What I know is that if there are two groups facing one another, one would lose the fight.
Yiyo loo nto eyenzeka ngalamini.
That is exactly what happened on that day.
I see. So numbers don't matter.
Amanani abantu awabalulekanga.
Okwandazala ndize ndizofika kule minyaka zange
From
ndayiva inamba yokulwa
The
kuthiwa
time of my birth, Mr. Chairperson, up to now, depends. I was never told fighting depends on numbers.
In other words, what you are telling the commission is that in your mind, despite the fact that there were 5 of you and maybe 14 or so on the other side, because where you come from, you've never heard of that fighting has anything to do with numbers. You were confident that you would repel the attack of these thousands.
Uthi ke noma nani bahlanu apha kwelicala abanye kukhona elinye iqela ngale kule ndawo wakhulela kuyo ke apho kungaliwa khona ngamanani wawune apha engqondweni kwakuba hayi sizawuba nako uba sijongane naba bantu sifeze le nto sifuna ukuyenza.
Kunjalo,
Yes, it is so.
You were not scared?
Ngoyiki mfana.
ndisoyika.
A bit scared, none. I was a bit scared.
Was part of the reason that you were scared the fact that there were these multitudes coming in, armed multitudes?
Into yayibangela uba ube nalo moyiko bubuninzi baba bantu nezixhobo beziphethe.
Kunjalo,
It is so.
Oh, okay. I thought numbers do not affect you.
Bendicinga ukuba wena ke awuthi amanani akuyonto ekoyisayo.
kunjalo.
With respect, like my learned friend, Mr. Bezos, I want to ask rhetorically, what are we busy with? There was a standoff on the 11th. Two groups had a fight, 2 people were injured.
I object to that interruption, unnecessary interruption, Chair.
I think I can see the point Mr. Mpofu is trying to make. I don't think I should say what it is because it'll spoil the effect of his cross-examination. I think it is relevant to the big issues in this case. If you want to, I'll tell you at tea time what it is, but I don't think I can stop the cross-examination at this point. But I'm conscious of the point you're making, and I'm trying to keep things as short as I can, but Mr. Mpofu may have a good point. Let's see.
Thank you, Chair.
Ubeka ngolo hlobo,
I'll also tell my
Minister.
learned friend over tea, Chair. Thanks.
Uthi bazawuthetha ke
He
nomntu
may receive different information.
Thanks. Thank
We
you.
only have 15 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Chairperson. We're wasting time now, definitely. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Berger. I've now lost my train of thought, unfortunately. Anyway, let me just put it to you, to shorten things up, yeah.
mandibeke kuwe ngolu hlobo mhlekazi.
I want to put to you that the only explanation, or maybe let me ask you a question. Did you see any guns on that day on the side of the NUM members?
Mandibuze ngolu hlobo ngaloo mini mfokabawo kukho imipu noma umpu wawubona apha ngakwicala le num.
Zange ndibone mpu.
I did not see any gun.
Do you know now that there were shots fired by the NUM members?
Unalo ulwazi kodwa kwangoku kokuba kukho izithongo ezadujula apho zidujulwa ngabe NUM.
Andinalo mna.
I personally do not.
Till today?
Kube namhlanje?
Kunjalo,
Yes.
So you still, as we're sitting here there now, you're still wondering where those shots came from?
Njengoba uhleli apha nje usamangele nakuba ngubani lo wayedubula kakuhle.
kunjalo.
It is so.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And when you saw somebody who was shot near Skagen workshop, correct?
Phaya ngase-workshop yakwaSkarhen kukho umuntu owambona wadujulwa apho.
Ndibone umuntu ndingamazi ukuthi udutyulwe.
I saw a person there, though I did not know that he had been shot at.
He was injured.
Wayenzakele lo muntu.
Ndandibona ngathi wenzakele.
Looks as though he had been injured.
Apart from the initial act of bravery of the 5 members, you decided also to chase the multitudes.
Handle kwesibindi ke nasibonisa ningamadoda amahlanu nagqibezela nibaleka aba bantu ezisihlele.
Singangomadoda amahlanu. Babekhona nabanye sasibaleqa sisonke la thina sasikhona.
Not only the 5 of us, but together with the others, indeed we did chase them.
Less than 20.
Ingaphansi kuka-20.
Nabanye futhi kwaba babebalekile bathi basewubona uba bayabaleka abaqhankqalazi babuye abazojoyina.
Even amongst those, when they realized the strikers were running away, they joined us.
So are you saying that of the 10 people who had fled earlier, when they saw that these people are running, they came back and joined your chase?
uthi aba le 10 yayibalekile kuni ithe xa ibona ba oh bayabaleka ngokuveza nabo bazawuleka.
Unjalo balandela emveni kwethu.
It is so they were coming behind us.
All right. And you didn't know that these other people were chasing, is that correct? In other words, okay, sorry. There are now 3 groups. There's the 14 or 15, there's 5, and then there's the other 10 who have changed their mind.
Mandithi ke ngoku ngamaqela amathathu ile 5 yenu kube sekubakho aba bajikele phaya ngaphambili asekuza nale i10 bebalekile yangena nayo.
Xa ningakubonisa
If I could show you say on
ku YY 2.2
I could show you on exhibit YY 2.2.
This is the way.
Yes, sir.
yonke into esilidele basidibane ku street B.
Everything led us to meet at street B.
Yona ndawo kwesadibana kuyo namba babephume phambi kweoffice sadibana apha ku street B mna ndangena apha kune mbobo khona apha bendikhombisa khona.
I said those that had turned around and us all came to meet it at street B, and I went through that point that I indicated
Abanye
by a mark.
babeleqa ukuze abasebenzi abaqhankqalazi bezongena ku main gate abanye bengena apha kule gate kulena sekule mbobo encana elapha phambi kwe.
As I said, whilst the strikers were being chased, they were chased down the street, some to go through the main gate, and some were going through that opening which I indicated earlier.
Sasingangobantu abahlanu ke ngolo xesha.
At that time, it wasn't only the 5 of us.
Okay, so part of the group went through the gap in the stop nonsense. That's the group that you were part of, the chasing group.
Uthi abanye baphuma phaya apho kwagqabe khona stop nonsense bangena.
Ya saphuma apha khona stop nonsense because kwakukho abanye abaqhankqalazi abangene pha.
Yes.
Kufuneka sibaphushe benyuka.
And the reason was that there are some of the strikers who went through this opening, and we were then to push them to go further.
And you successfully pushed them right up to the stadium,
Nakwazi ke ukuba-
several hundred meters.
nakwazi ke ukubatyhala njengoba usitshona baphusha bade bayofika ngasestadium.
Kunjalo
It is so.
Okay, now, the other chasing group carried on street B, correct?
Aba banye bebeleqa besehla nabo ngo street B kunjalo.
abanye bebeleqa benyuka ngo street B nami ndabuya ndazojoyina apha kubo sonke sajoyina street ababeleqa bejoyina behamba ku street B babiye bazongena ku street A sonke sadibana ku street A saleqa abaqhankqalazi benyuka.
That is correct. The others were coming down, chasing them down street B. Whilst we were coming on the other side, we all met there and chased them into street A.
Okay, now all the chasers at some stage were in street A.
Uthe kwelo xesha sendibene nonke nabalenka apha ku street A.
Kunjalo
That's correct.
And the protesters had also run through the gap and also on street B.
Abaqhankqalazi babebaleka beza ngo street B, abanye baphuma phaya apho kugqabwe khona i-stop nonsense.
bonke babesebedibene naba bebephume ku stop nonsense xa unokujonga apha ku building yokuqala xa uphuma ku stop nonsense ubale ukuthi 1 4 3 1 3 1 2 3 4 kune building eziyi4 apha emveni kwezi building kunendlela ejika apha babebuya amaqhankqalazi bajoyina apha nabo bazojoyina apha ku street A.
Mr. Chairperson,
Bajoyina abanye ababalekayo.
as they were being chased, they ran in different directions. There are 4 buildings there in bluish color, 1, 2, 3, 4. They met at the end of that, those who were coming from street A and those that had gone through the opening in the stop nonsense came up there and they all met as a group.
And others might have continued running through Street B towards the hospital direction, correct?
Abanye ndiyacinga uba bagqitha apha ku-Street B babaleka besiya apha ngasecaleni lesibhedlele.
abambalwa kakhulu.
A few, very few.
Right. So while you were chasing, there were some of the protesters that were behind.
Xa nibaleka ke kukho abanye babaqhankqalazi babaselele umva.
Zange ndibabone?
I did not see them.
No. I thought we've just agreed that some of the people did not run like cars and just turn at the T-junction, but might have run straight through towards the hospital side.
Uthi ke hayi ukuba bebangabaleki bonke njengezimoto, abanye bebabaleka, abanye bajikela kweli cala lasesibhedlele.
Xa ndingakucacisela abantu abahlala apha ehostel,
explain to you.
bebesebephandle bebukele,
The people who staying in the hostel were standing outside
so
and watching
bebebaninzi abantu abakhona apha ngaphandle
and
kwehostel
watching what
bebukele.
was happening. There were many people outside there who were observing what was happening.
No, sir, I don't know what that has anything to do with my question.
I-
All I'm
I
asking
get
you, is it possible that when you were running up Street A towards the stadium, that some of the protesters were behind?
Azikho?
Chair.
Xa nibaleka
Object to that
ku-Street A
question.
kwakho abasilele emva
Behind
kwenu.
is really something that requires proper identification.
Okay.
The witnesses said that very few people were running towards the hospital. That has now become, they were behind.
Okay.
And that requires clarification with respect.
Yeah, I think Mr. Tip, I think Mr. Tip is right. The people running the hospital presumably continued running down Street B after the T-junction
Yeah.
formed by Street A and Street B.
Yeah.
So the picture we get is some of them at the T-junction didn't turn right and go down
That's-
Street A. They continued down Street B on the way to the hospital.
Yeah.
But if you're interested in them, you can carry on perhaps.
After tea.
No, I think this. finish
Uthi
it
mhlawumbe
before tea.
kungevani
finish
apha
this
nje
point.
Let's get this little point out of the way before tea. and
Nithe
then
xa
we'll take
nifika apha
tea.
abantu xa bebaleka beya ku-Street A kwabakho iqela nje idlanzana elagqitha.
Yes, let me just round off this point, Chair, if
Uthi ke
I may.
ngoku xa nileqa apha ku-Street B aba ke basebengesemva kwenu aba.
Hayi babengekho ngasemva kwethu.
No, they were not behind us.
The people, let's start with the people who went through the gap.
Masiqale ngaba bangena phaya kwi-stop nonsense.
The evidence will be that they ran, once they got into the gap, they ran in all directions within the hostel complex. Can you dispute that, or did they run in one line?
Uthi ke aba bantu bathe xa bengena apha kwakuvuleke khona bohlukana abanye bayale abanye bayale uthi ikanene wena babaleka besiya kwicala elilodwa.
Bangenile kwezi building bazofumana indlela ephuma apha phakathi kwaSkarhen ne building yokugqibela ephezulu apha
What they ran through those buildings, and at the last building, the end, there is an opening there. They went through. That is where they came together,
bajoyina uStreet A.
and that is where they joined Street A.
Yes, no, I accept that, sir. All I'm saying is that not all of them. Some were hiding behind, among those
Ayamkela loo
buildings
nto.
in all
Uthi
directions.
kukho abanye nje ngokubaleka abafika bazimela kwizindawo ezithize phaa.
Ndibone abaphumayo andazi ukuthi bakhona abashiyekileyo mna
I
ngoba
don't-
bendingakanga ndihambe ngapha ndihambe phambi kwebuilding yokuqala ndazojoyina kuStreet A.
I went through in front of the building towards Street A, so if there were people hiding there, I did not see them. I only saw those who were running.
Yes, but it's possible that they were there.
Kungenzeka ukuba kukho abazimela apho.
Andinothi uba abekho okanye bakhona.
I can't say whether they were or none.
Thank you, Chair. This is going to lead me directly to my next point, Chair.
How long is your next point going to be?
It's not that long, Chair. I can take it.
Let's take it and then enjoy our tea the more.
Yes, and then,
Sithi ke akagqibezele
yeah,
umhlekazi
especially since we have some
Sizokwazi
duties to
ukuba
perform.
sisele itiye yethu kamandi.
Mr. Kekeleza, your evidence is that this whole attack on the strikers. And for now, I'm not debating whether it's an attack or a counter-attack, but let's call it this whole confrontation was motivated by one thing and one thing only, and that was to protect the NUM office, correct?
Andithi loo nto mfokabawo ukuba nenza lenzame le yonke lento nenza ukuba nikhusele ioffice lenu lenu NUM kunjalo.
Nemiphefumlo yethu.
Also our lives.
So you were chasing these people to protect your lives?
Nani leqa aba bantu nikhusela imphefumlo yenu?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
What I'm going to argue at the end of the case, and I want to give you a chance to comment,
Uthi umthekazi Mpofu uza kuyibeka lento xa seyijongisa ku-chairman ekugqibeleni kwalento. Ufuna okokuba uke ube nempendulo apho.
is that this pursuit of yours for several hundred meters is not consistent with this desire to protect the office, because you left the office there, there was nobody in the office. What do you say to that?
Uzoyibeka ngalendlela lento kokuba naleqa abantu izimitha ezininzi senisukile eofisini lenu nilishiye umva ngelo xesha naningasakhuseli ioffice.
Sasikhusela office kuba sasingafuni baphinde bacebe olunye uhlaselo.
We were protecting the office because we did not want them to plan
Bengaphakathi uhostel.
another attack whilst inside the hostel.
So if they could plan another attack as long as they were not inside the hostel?
Bebangayiplana ke olunye uhlaselo kodwa babe ngaphandle kwehostel.
Yoko lonto sasimane simacha siyobakoba ukuthi bahleli noma babandawuni.
That is why after some time we marched to see what they were planning and where they were.
And so could they not plan another attack from the Kopi, for example?
Bebangeke bakwazi ukuba benze iplan baphaya ekopini okokuba bazonihlasela.
Bebengakwazi.
They could.
Chair, I think it is the appropriate one.
The Commission will take the tea adjournment.
Sizawuthi sithatha ixesha letiye. Xa singalunga, i-commission izawuqala ngoku. Commission is commencing.
The commission resumes. You're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, I take it you still have further questions.
I do, Chair, yes, thank you. Mr. Kegeleza, thank you. Yeah, before tea, we had established that after the long chase, you observed that the strikers went into the direction of the copy. Is that correct?
Andithi uthemba kokubani baleqela aba bantu wabona okokuba bakhuphukela pha entabeni ekopini.
Akunjalo.
No, it's not so.
You did not know which direction they went to?
Awazi ukuba bakweliphi icala.
Laba bona babaya ngasemikhukhwini.
I saw them going towards the settlement, the Sheikh settlement.
Not the direction of the copy?
Bangayi ngasekopini.
Babengayi ngasekopini.
Not towards the copy.
In paragraph 30 of his statement, that he later heard that they'd taken occupation of the copy near the
Paragraph
settlement.
13.
Paragraph 30, exhibit ZZ2. I don't know if that's the only passage, but that,
No,
that's
it's
what
not,
he
Chair.
said.
There is a place, a reference. I'm looking for.
Kho apha kwi-statement sakho apha
thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
emva kwexesha ukuba baye entabeni.
And then he also
Before that-
deals it in 34, where he said he received a telephone call
Yes.
from a friend who informed him, this was on the 12th, the following day, that a large group of people gathering on the
Yes, yes, Chair.
Apha kwi-statement sakho apho kuthiwana wafumana umnxeba othi nge-12 ukuba babantu bapha entabeni ngoku.
Kunjalo.
It is so, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay, but anyway, the point is, wherever they went to, they could have planned another attack, which is what you feared. Is that correct?
Umbuzo kokokuba noma babaleke laphi bebangakwazi ukuba apho bahlangene khona benze elinye icebo.
Kunjalo.
Possible.
So if that is so, as you've now considered, then would you agree with me, therefore, that it was illogical to chase them for almost a kilometer and leave the office vulnerable to an attack?
Xa uvuma ke ngokuba bebanalo ixesha lokuba badale elinye icebo kwakungekho sidingo sokuba nize nibagxothe ixesha elide kangaka nishiye iofisi yenu iyodwa.
Sazikhona.
There was a reason.
You also testified that at the time when the strikers were approaching, some of them had gone down street B, not B, street C.
Ethe ngolo hlobo ngeli xesha besiza kuni abanye babo babeza ngo-street C.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And you don't know what happened to those who had gone down street C?
Awazi ukuba baphelela phi na abo babeza ngo-street C.
Badibana ne-comrade ezazihamba phambi kwe-satellite police station.
They came across these comrades who were in front of the satellite police station.
So you don't know what happened to the people who went down street C?
Awazi ukuba baphelela phi wena abo.
Ndiyabazi ukuthi emveni koba kuvakale izithonga zompu bonke abaqhankqalazi babuya umva nabaku-street C nababebesiza nababehamba ngo-street D.
What I know is that after the gunshots were heard, those who were in street C and the other streets all went back.
Yes, but since you could not see there, it's possible that some of them did not run back. Is that correct?
Kodwa ke ngokuthi wawungababoni kungenzeka okokuba kukho abanye abasala apho
awukwazi
bangabuyo.
ukungababoni and ndingakwazi ukungababoni ngoba babengavanga besondele bengene kakhulu kunantsika kwi-satellite police station babengakayefiki nakwi-satellite police station
No.
kodwa babesebejikile ukungena ku-street C.
No, there was no way in which I could not see them because as they were coming, they had not been obscured as yet by the satellite police station.
But there were many, according to what you said yesterday.
Kodwa ke babe baninzi njengoba usitshilo izolo.
Kunjalo
It is so.
So your evidence therefore is that none of the protesters were closer to the NUM office than the junction between Street B and Street C.
Ubungqina bakho ke kuthi abekho base be kufuphi kakhulu ne offices zenu ngaphandle kokuba baphaya ku street C.
kunjalo
It is so, yes.
And so there's no stage at which the protesters encircled the NUM office.
Akukho ke ixesha lika apho bake bayizungeza khona bayi surround the office ye NUM.
akukho azange bayi-surround.
No, at no stage did they surround.
They did not even partially encircle it.
Akancinci nje azange yenzeke loo nto.
Kunjalo
It is so.
You don't know where Mr. Tip got this idea that the office was encircled?
Mr. Chair, I object to that.
I think council is quoting from the exhibit YY3.
Oh, 3 yes.
It's what you are recorded as having said on video clip VTS 021. It's page 6 of that, the foot of page 6 of that particular transcript, continued on page 7. That's what council is putting. Perhaps you could read it quietly and then we can proceed with your objection if you wish to proceed with it.
I wish to pursue it. There's no need for me to read it quietly. I'm well aware of what I said, and I'm well aware of the fact that at the time I made it absolutely clear that I was not giving evidence. That was the basis upon which anything was said in that vicinity.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
What council is putting is you are obviously putting something based on your instructions. And his question is based upon the fact those were apparently your instructions. So perhaps he can repeat the question and we can both listen carefully and see whether it's objectionable in the light of what I've put to you.
Sive kakuhle lo mbuzo obuzwayo okokuba uvela phina xa kusithiwa umhlekazi uThipho waveza into yokuba babe sebayisurroundile le office.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Gegeleza, you do understand that all of us here, this side of the table, were not there on the 11th or any of the days.
Ndiyabona uqonda kakuhle into bonke aba baphaya babengekho phaya xa
I don't know if people on this side of the table are in the same position, but I don't know whether that helps.
I just want to explain
I
to you
don't
that.
know that he was at the inspection in Loco, so he doesn't know what was put by
No,
Mr.
of
Tip.
course. No,
So
fair enough.
what would be helpful would be to put to him read to him what was put by Mr. Tip, and then ask the questions you want to ask, and if they're objectionable, we will hear from Mr. Tip and I'll have to rule.
Makayiveze le nto yathethwa
Okay, Chair,
ngumhlekazi
it's
uThipho,
fine.
uzokwazi
I'm
ukuba
happy to do it
nempendulo.
that way. I just wanted to explain to him the idea of giving instructions, but I'll take the Chair's advice here. This is what the NUM representative, Mr. Tip, said at the inspection on local.
Umele i-NUM umhlekazi uThipho phaya ngale mini siyojonga ukuba kwenzeka ntoni wathetha le nto.
And before I read it out, I want to, in fairness to Mr. Tip, to say that on page 8, he did say that, he said the gentleman was not here at the time of the shots and we are not considering this to be evidence. So that I understand.
Wayiveza loo nto noma wayengekho lo muntu usixelele nto xa
It's
kwenzeka
line
le nto
7,
apha.
Chair. Of on page
Asinakuyithatha njengobungqina le ntetho.
Okay. But whether it's evidence or not, this is what Mr. Tip said, and I'm now going to read it to you. That on the 11th, there was a very large march which came down from the direction of the stadium and came to the NUM offices and partially encircled it, surrounded it, and there were NUM people who were present and who came out to defend and disperse the crowd, and some shots were fired by NUM officials.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi uThipho phaya kokuba kwathi ngale mini kweza abaqhankqalazi abaninzi xa befika apha kwathi ke elinye ihlangothi le-NUM office babelizungezile kwase kulila iqhuma izithongo apha zompu base kwaba khona abantu abonzakalayo.
Then read on about, from line 6.
From line 6. Oh, yes.
Phambini line 6 ET.
Okay, I said, and some shots were fired by NUM officials, and that is, perhaps our commentator can just confirm if I have understood it correctly. And then Mr. Daluvio Bongo says, no, you understand it correctly. It is what we are saying. Understand?
Okokuba kwa dutshulwa apho kudubula amalungu e-NUM ekhona apho umhlekazi uDalu uvu.
Then you read on from lines
Ubongo.
9 to,
Wathi ewe injalo le nto.
To 13, Chair.
yeah. Or actually, it's beyond that. It's 9 to
16.
to about 16.
Yes, I'll read that whole extract. And then Mr. Tip says, it is. And then the late Mr. Dalvio Bongo then says, because they came here, when they came here, we were in the office, inside the office. We ran outside the office because there were security officers who came to us and say we must run away because these people are coming. They will burn the office and kill us. Then we went out of the office. By the time we went out the office, they were already there. And then there is this mess up. It is where we had the shotgun, the gunshots. And the chairperson says, okay, shots were fired by NUM people. Mr. Bongo says, no, I'm not. And I suppose he was going to say, I'm not sure. Yes.
Beka ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi ukuba umhlekazi ongasekhoyo ngoku uBongo wayibeka phaya wathi besiphakathi ofisini zethu zenum xa kufika ama security athi hey balekani aba bantu bezapha nizohlasela bazophuma apho sesibaleka sithe xa siphuma safumana ukuba awusebekhona abaphandle kwalila izithongo apho xa ebuzwa kokuba udubula abani wathi akananyaniso kakhulu kokuba ngubani odubula noma ke bevuma kokuba ezi zithongo zaziphuma apha ngasembuthweni.
Now put, Mr. Mpofu, now put what was said at the inspection in Loca.
Yes.
And now, appropriate, and in fairness to the witness, he now understands the context in which the question is being asked.
Yeah.
Now you can proceed, and if you
Usavile
proceed
ke
objectionably,
ngoku lo
you'll hear
ngxelo
from Mr. Tip.
umhlekazi apha
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm indebted to the Chairperson for the guidance. You understand what has been translated to you, sir?
uyayiva le ntetho ivezwa ngoku apha.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
So you understand that, well, firstly, let's start with Mr. Tip.
Masicale kule ka mhlekazi uThip.
What I want to propose is that Mr. Tip What Mr. Tip puts about the office being encircled and surrounded must have come from somebody. Can we just accept that?
I object.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo
Problem
uthi
is that
Tip
Mr.
akunjalo.
Bongo then said, sorry, Mr. Tip, I'm obviously prepared to hear you out, but it's not as simple as that, because what Mr. Bongo then said after you'd put it, and you said, can our comment, perhaps our commentator can just confirm if I've understood it correctly, and Mr. Bongo said, no, you understand it correctly. It is what we are saying. So it's a little bit further than what you said, but if you still have an objection in the light
yes,
of
I
that,
do.
I'd be happy to listen to you.
Yes, I'd like to complete the objection and get a ruling on it. Mr. Chairperson, what was happening at that inspection, and it is clearly apparent from YY3, is that it was more than once made clear, inter alia with respect by yourself as the chairperson and the person conducting the affairs there, that this was not an evidence-gathering matter. It was to point out spots. And in that context, I had heard, with great difficulty, because I was at the back of the throng, and I happened to be able to make my way forward a little and heard something being said about the 12th. In that context, I said, has something been said about the 11th? And I was informed that there wasn't. And I then gave a broad description so that there would be a context. And I used the language more than once that what I was doing was to give a broad context of what was happening. You will see that at page, numbered page 6 of YY3, at the top, Chairperson, you address me, as I've now raised the fact that there was an incident on the 11th. You say something else happened at the NIM office on the 11th. I say on the 11th. You say on the 11th. I say that is correct, yes. Now, maybe now remember, you are not giving evidence now. That will come later. But you are asked to point out spots now and identify them. Are there any spots that you want him here, you want him to point out? I then observed that that witness, as I understood it at the time, was not continuously there. And I then proceed to give a broad outline so that the commission was informed that as a matter of pointing out, at this NUM office, there had been an incident which had given rise to some shots being fired by NUM members. Now, for that to be translated into an assumption that I had, at that stage, obtained full instructions on what had taken place in that vicinity is an assumption which I do not accept, and if I have to give evidence about the level of my instructions as at the 2nd of October 2012, then I will make that clear. But when I am told, as I was, that I was not giving evidence, then I proceeded to speak on the assumption that we were pointing out spots. The representatives from AMCU then took up the baton, as it were, and said, well, that is where one person died, and that is where another person died. And again, it was a matter that is a pointing out, and it is not evidence, and if people want to describe what took place, they will give evidence. I am now confronted with a situation where, quite unfortunately with respect, my version is being put as though I have given evidence in these proceedings or have filed a statement in these proceedings on the basis of which this witness can be asked to comment on where I might have obtained that view. And he has just put, and this is the crux of the objection, he has just put that it is assumed that I had full instructions. And that is the basis of the objection. I object to this line of inquiry entirely.
Into ethi biveza apha ke njengoba kushiwo chaza umhlekazi uThipho kokuba ngale mini kuyiwe phaya kuyojongwa esizindawo kubonisa ukuba into ethize yenzeka apha napha kakubo bungqina into eyathethwa apho iyatshiwo ngalowo mini uba sizobona nje le ndawo xa kukho ubungqina obufanele buvezwe buzawuvezwa emva kwikomishini njengoba umhlekazi umpofu ebeka kweli ngqina ngokokuba kwathiwa phaya ngale mini uthi umhlekazi uThipho into eyayithethwa phaya kwakukubona ezi zindawo kungabo bungqina ngelo xesha wayengathathi izitatement eziphelele kubantu bakhe ezichazayo xa kunesidingo sokuba ayiveze leyo nto uza kuyiveza apha kwi-commission.
Bofu, what do you say about Mr. Tip's objection?
Well, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, I don't understand the objection. I have never, and if I did, I apologize, suggested that Mr. Tip made statements or gave evidence or anything of the sort. All I'm suggesting, Chair, is that Mr. Tip, like me, when he put a proposal about something that has happened, must have got it from somebody. I do accept without reservation that at that stage, and the chair said this repeatedly during the inspection, that this is not evidence in the true sense of the word. But surely, Chairperson, I must be entitled to assume that a legal representative of one of the parties who puts something, and as the Chairperson points it out, is now confirmed by an eyewitness on the spot, that that is not just a simple matter of just the legal representative, whatever qualifications he might have put, but that this statement has now actually been confirmed by an eyewitness who unfortunately is no longer with us. Then the very minimum that I must be entitled to, Chair, is that somebody must have said this to Mr. Tip. He didn't just wake up one day and think the office was encircled and surrounded.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi kaMpofu ukuba hayi ndiyaxolisa xa ndiva bandive okokuba ndithi umhlekazi uTipu unikeza ubungqina apha wayibekile kabanzi umgcini ngaphambili kokuba izinto esiyokuzibona phaya ezizawuthethwa phaya azibobungqina xa zizawuba bumngqina kufanele zize zizothethwa apha kube khona amangqina uthi ke umhlekazi uMpofu kodwa ke nomnye omele umuntu uveza apha into ayive ngalo muntu ammeleyo into evisa ubuhlungu ngokuba lo muntu wathetha lento ngumuntu ongasekhoyo ngoku ongakwazi ukuba ayingqine.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't think that, in the light particularly of what Mr. Tip had said at the hearing at the time of the inspection, that it was a broad outline, he didn't have full instructions. You should rely upon what he said. But inasmuch as an admission appears to have been made, it's true people were told this isn't evidence, but it doesn't matter. If an admission was made on the scene by a witness, admittedly who's now deceased, but the strict rules of evidence don't apply at a commission, an admission made by a witness, which happened to be recorded at the inspection, can appropriately be put as evidence of admission made by the same person away from the inspection somewhere else on another occasion. So I'll allow you to put the question in relation to what Mr. Bongo said, but I don't think we can take it any further on the basis of what Mr. Tip said, because to be fair to him, he did say both on page 7 and on page 8 that he didn't have precise instructions and so forth. And it wouldn't be fair to him if you were to put it on that basis. But to put it on the basis of what Mr. Bongo said, the fact he said it was an inspection doesn't make it make it in any way different from if he said it on some other.
Understand, Chairperson. Understand. Thank you, Chairperson. I think that's
Uzawuvunyelwa umhlekazi uMpofu uba abuze umbuzo wentetho zikamhlekazi
elegant
uBongo.
solution. Mr. Kegeles. Sorry,
One further point, I'm reminded of the fact that Mr. Tip also did say that, page 6, this witness, I think, this is line 11, this witness, I think, was not continuously here during the event. So I think that should be put as well. That it was said, Mr. Bongo said something, but it was said that he wasn't continuously there. I think if the full totality of that is put to the witness, the questions won't be unfair and you can carry on.
Yes.
Masiyithathele ingqalelo ke nento eyathethwa ngumhlekazi ongasekhoyo phaya uBongo kokuba ubengekho apho lonke ixesha kukho izinto ezithize zenzeke engazibonanga.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think that's a useful way of dealing with it. And I want to put it on the record, Chair, that this is not any aspersion against Mr. Tip. I know Mr. Tip very well. All I'm putting emphatically is that, and I'll only confine it now to Mr. Bongo, as the chair has suggested. Mr. Gagaleza, at the inspection in loco, as you've heard the debate now, Mr. Bongo confirmed that the NUM offices were partially encircled and surrounded.
Emva kokuba uve yonke lento ethi ibikhona apha ke kukho lento eyathethwa ngumhlekazi ungasekhoyo ngokubhongo wathi bafumana okokuba ingxenye ethize yeofisi le NUM selizungezwe ngaba bantu lisurroundiwe. Uyayiva loo nto?
Ndingacela ucacelwa ngeliphi ilanga ke ngoku.
If it could be made clear, on what day did you say this happened?
No, I'm sorry.
Let's give him the information he wants. This was said at an inspection in loco on the 2nd of October last year.
Intetho yavela ngomhla ka-2 October. Yale mini siye phaya siyobona le nto.
In the vicinity of the NUM office. And
Now,
what
the question was, Mr. Chairperson,
what-
was
okay,
Mr. Bongo
I
speaking?
want to finish. Mr. Bongo said it on the 2nd of October last year in the vicinity of the NUM office at an inspection in loco. He was talking about what had allegedly happened on the 11th of August.
Wayethetha ke ngento eyayenzeke ngomhla ka-11 umhlekazi uBongo.
Akuzange kubekho umuntu utsikeleze office ka-11 ka August.
Nobody, Mr. Chairperson, encircled the office on the 11th.
Okwesibini xa ndingakucacisela udala uvuyo xa kusisilwa wayengekho wayehambise imoto yakhe ngase-taxi rank yaseBrits.
May I also mention, Mr. Chairperson, that at the time of this confrontation, Mr. Daluvuyo Bongo was not there. He had taken his vehicle to Brett's.
So the group, the other group was even minus Mr. Bongo, so it was even smaller than my estimation.
Ngoku ke kule group lena enye eyayiye kweli yaqala, umhlekazi uBongo wayengekho apho kuyo.
Wayengasekho ngolo xesha.
At that time.
Imoto.
At that time, he wasn't there. He had taken his vehicle.
Sifumane ngexesha sesileqa abaqhankqalazi.
He only arrived later when we were chasing the strikers already.
Okay. In any event, when you came back to the office, was the whole situation and confrontation discussed? There was a kind of debriefing.
Xa nibuya ke ofisini, niye naba nengxoxo nathetha ngale nto egqiba ukwenzeka.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
And the details of what had happened and who ran where were discussed in that meeting.
Kwavezwa ke kwathethwa apha kwenzeke ntoni ubani ubaleke kweli cala ubani waya kweli cala.
Kuthi kwakuluvuyo ngokunqoba abantu abazosihlasela.
With us it was
Ayithethwa kakhulu.
just the happiness about defeating the people who had come to attack us. That was the main discussion.
Okay. Well, apart from the happiness, did you discuss the event itself?
Nathetha ngesehlakalo esingaphandle kovuyo nani nalo ndiyayibona leyo.
Asithethanga sehlakala kuye kwavela uChairperson weBrands wasixalela ukuthi uzeya kumanagement.
We did not speak about the events. What happened is the branch chairperson then said he would go to management
Ayo cela mass meeting alunga nemeko le ikhona.
to go and ask for permission to hold a mass meeting about what had just transpired.
Wahlala wahamba ke namanye amalungu eBrands.
He then left together, accompanied by other members of the branch.
Sashiyeka thina singama-steward ngaphakathi ofisini
We, the
sizincokolela.
stewards, then remained in the office and had ordinary discussions.
Sorry. And you also said that since that time, you and the other, well, let's not call them attackers, the other NUM members involved in this were kept at a place of safety, is that correct?
Kuthemva koko nina ke nababanye nani lenkala madoda nasenisuswa lapho nimikise endaweni
Objection. Must be put accurately.
akunzalongo.
No,
The evidence was that there was a decision taken on the 12th of August 2012 that for their own safety, shop stewards across Lonman would be removed from the premises and given places of safety. It was not confined to the persons who were in the office on the 11th of August 2012, and I'd appeal for the questions to be put with accuracy.
Okay.
ubeka ngolothobo umhlekazi uthipho kuba makubekwe imibuzo ngendlela
That sounds like
efanele
a good
esigqibo senziwa nge-12 okokuba makuthathwe zonke i-shop stewards zakwanomphaya nakwezinye indawo ziyobekwa endaweni enokhuseleko hayi aba bodwa.
Okay. Some of the people who were part of your group of less than 20 were shop stewards, correct? NUM shop stewards.
Andithi abanye kule group le yenu le ngaba u-20 bekungama-shop steward.
Ewe,
Yes.
Were those shop stewards part of the group that was taken to a place of safety after the 12th?
Nabo baba kule group yabantu eyasuswa apho yamikiswa kwindawo ekhuselekileyo.
kunzalo.
It is so.
And you said, how long have you been at the place of safety? Are you still there now?
Nahlala ixesha elingakanani kuloo ndawo nisekhona nangoku?
Sahlala khona nangoku.
We were staying there, yes, even now.
So in a space of about 6 months, surely you must have discussed the events of the 11th with those people, apart from the meeting you had on the day.
Ngiyethemba ukuba ngaphandle kwengxelo enabanayo ngaloo mini kwizinyanga ezintandathu niye nathetha kabanzi ngale nto.
Into eyenzekileyo xa i-branch yethu ibidibana nezinye ii-branch kuhambe koxoxelwa ama-wages kunye nabantu abamele abaqhankqalazi zizinto ebesenziwa yi-branch thina besihlala kwezo ndawo sihlala kuzo siye emsebenzini ngexesha lokuya emsebenzini.
What happened is our branch, together with other branches, would from time to time go to speak to the strikers' representatives, and many of us would go to work as usual and then come back.
No.
Eh?
Titi. I-branch yethu ibihamba yojoyina amanye ama-branches kuhambe kuyoxoxelwa ama-wages kunye nabantu abamele abaqhankqaleze ama-wages.
Wages.
Yes.
Kuyoxoxa ngeendaba zama-wages.
Bingabo abantu ebebebhizi kakhulu.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson. He says, I'm saying our branch would meet other branches. They would go and discuss about wages, and they would also go and talk to the people representing the strikers. And then we would go to our places of work as usual.
I'm sorry, maybe you didn't understand the question,
Mhlawumbe uvanga kakuhle umbuzo.
and it might be my fault.
Mhlawumbe ndime ndenze lo eyompazamo.
What I'm saying to you, Mr. Kegeles, is that even if one were to accept that on the 11th, you only discussed happiness and you did not talk about the incident, which is unlikely in my view. The fact that you have spent the past 6 months in the company of those people, your part of your group, and I want to color it.
Sorry, Mr. Bob, he didn't say that. He didn't say they were all in one place of safety. He said they were in places of safety. You haven't established that he and his colleagues who have left the premises for reasons of safety are all under the same roof and have regular discussions after dinner every night about what happened. I think that kind of foundation should be laid, if it can
Fair
be
enough.
laid, before you can proceed with this questioning.
Accept.
Chaza le nto ke
Thank you, Chair.
umhlali ngaphambili okokuba uthe wena nabekwa endaweni kawutshongo ukuba nathathwa nonke njengoba njalo nabekwa endaweni eyodwa. Mayicacise leyo nto okokuba zindawo ezohlukile noma nisendaweni eyodwa na.
Sisendaweni eyodwa.
We are all at the same place.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Now,
Enkosi.
now that that's behind us, the proposition I was putting to you was this.
Into endithanda ukuyibeka kuwe ililandelayo mhlekazi endifuna ukuyiveza.
Even if you hadn't discussed it on that day, you have now had an opportunity for 6 months staying with the same people who were part of the attack to have discussed it in some kind of detail, surely.
Uthi
What do you say to
umhlekazi
that?
Mpofu, noko ni xa nibuya aphaya kuleqena ababantu uthi nabuya phaya ndithi nafike nathetha ezovuyo lokubohlula. Uthi ke senisusiwe phaya ngoku zizinyanga ezisithandathu nonke kunye kule ndawo. Uthi uyethemba ukuba kwezi zinyanga niye nabanalo ithuba lokuba ke nithethe ngezehlakalo zale yamini. Kunjalo?
Hayi kukakanga kubekho apha sike sabane kube ndawo pharmacy sithethe ngesehlakalo sangalamini senze imisebenzi yethu ngokwi offices zethu ku NUM.
No, we just
hlukana kwama structures.
do our work as we do our job in the different structures of the NUM. We did not meet to discuss the events of the day in question.
And you yourself have never asked these other gentlemen where the shots came from?
Wena ke ngokwakho awuzange ubuze kwamanye amaqabane la ukuba ebafundini ubani lo wayedubula?
Zange ndiyenze loo nto.
No, I did not do that.
And you sitting there, you still don't know where the guns came from?
Njengoba uhlele apha namhla wazi noba impule ivelaphi.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Say guns, it's not clear.
Guns.
It's not clear it's necessarily in the plural, it might just have been one. There may have been one, there may have been more, but we don't know, do we?
Well,
Uthi umhlekazi imipu noma umpu akushongo ukuba mhlawumbe zonke ezimbumbulu zavela kumpu wodwa sazi.
okay, let me put it this way. You don't know where the shots emanated from?
Mandithi awazi okokuba ezi zimbumbulu zazidutshula izithongo ezi zazivela kumpu kumpi umpu.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
So as far as you know, the shots might even have been coming from the protesters.
Ngokwazi kwakho ke kungenzeka okokuba ngaba abaqhankqalazi babedubula bejongise
Ngeke
ngakho.
nikwazi kusho kuba
Hayi.
andisazi andisazi bazazivela ngaphi.
I would not be able to say so. I really do not know where the shots came from.
Yes, no, I accept that. But I'm
And,
saying,
gonna-
therefore, it is possible that the shots might even have come from the protesters.
Yiko ndisitsho kokuba kungenzeka ukuba ngaba abaqhankqalazi babendubula.
Andinakwazi ukuthi uba ngabo okanye kungabo kumna ngoba
I would not-
ndishilo akukho apho ndavayo ukuthi zisuka ngaphi izithonga zompu akukho apho ndavayo ndeva izithonga kuphela zompu.
I only heard the shots, where they came from which direction. I am not so up to today. I do not know.
So, Mr. Gegeles,
Yekazi kekeleza.
you seriously want the commission to believe that you were chasing these thousands of people who might have been shooters?
No, he doesn't say there were thousands. He doesn't know the number, remember? He said it was a large group. You put the numbers to him that were given in the statements of the security guards, 2,000 to the one, 3,000 to the other.
3,000, yeah.
So he doesn't know whether that's right. All he knows is a lot of people. So you can't put them to thousands.
Masukuyibeka okokuba ngamawaka
Question on the
waka.
basis of what he says.
Security
Yes.
azathetha ngamawaka wena uthenje kwakungabantu abaninzi.
Okay, I was abbreviating what happened in the morning, but I'll go
Mayibekwe
through it
ngolo
again. The crowd of people which was estimated by two observers.
He doesn't know whether that estimation is correct. He says,
Yeah,
you
I'm
put
not
that to
saying
him,
it's correct
And he said
either.
it was a large group. All you need is a large group for your question.
Masithi
Let's
nje
not get
thina
involved in
izifrele
side issues
zabantu
that
singatsho
don't help
ukuba
us one way or
amawaka
another.
mangaphi.
Mr. Gegeles, you're saying that you were chasing this large group of people in a situation where it was possible, according to your evidence, that they were armed with guns and your group of 5 or 15 or whatever was not armed with guns.
Hlekazi kekeleza uthi wena nani leqa aba bantu abaninzi ezisihlwele okwakungenzeka okokuba abanye babo baphethe imipu nina ningaphathanga le 5 yena.
Saleqa abantu oyimupho andaziwa kwakukho umuntu onompo okanye ngenampo kodwa sabaleqa abantu.
We did chase the people, that is true, but whether one or the other had a gun, I have no idea.
What are the names of the people who remained and did not flee when the other more than 10 left? In other words, of the less than 20 people.
Uyakhumbula kweli xesha le-10 ibaleka iphuma apho kwasala iqela elingapha ngaphansi ka-10 usawakhumbula amagama abo?
Andiwakhumbule.
I don't remember their names.
All of them.
Bonke?
Kungafuneka ndiphinde ndihambe ndiyohlala nabo ndibabuse.
What I need to do is possibly to go and sit with them and ask them.
Ask them what? Their names.
Babuza amagama abo.
Ndingababuza amagama abo ndikhumbule kakuhle uba ngobani nobani nobani.
No,
nobani,
just to
abangazange
remind myself,
babaleka.
who was it of those who did not run away?
What are the names of those who ran away?
Aba babaleka usabakhumbula ngamagama?
Andibakhumbule ukuthi ngobani kodwa bakhona endibakhumbulayo.
I don't remember their names, all of them, but there are some that I remember.
What are the names of the 5 who were with you on Street B?
I-5 yayisele nawe phaya kweli cala lakho kwakungobani?
Yazi ke into yokubiza amagama abantu angekho ngaphakathi kwi-statement sami.
You know, the reference to names of
Andikwazi
people,
ukuyenza loo nto.
that is not contained in my
Ngoba
statement.
andimazi uba lo mntu ndimfaka emngciphekweni kangakanani kumalunga ne-safety yakhe.
I don't know, Mr. Chairperson, how much that might endanger the safety of that person.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, but now those are 2 different things. Do you know the names of these people I've asked you about and do not wish to imperil their safety? Or, as you said earlier, you do not remember them, you have to meet with them or whatever you said?
Mandibuza ngolu hlobo, aba ke ndithetha ngabo, usithi ka ufuna ukuveza amagama abo ungahle ubafake engcepheni yokuba mhlawumbe bonzakaliswe. Usabakhumbula na abo noma kufana naba abanye othi mawufanele uyodibana nabo ukwazi ukuzikhumbuza ukuba ngoba?
Ngama-steward amanye la ndisebenza nawo ndiyawazi, ngama-steward la ndisebenza nawo.
These are shop stewards with whom I worked and I know them.
Have you been questioned in connection with an attempted murder case?
Ukukwaba mbuzo ejongiswa kuwe ngetyala eliphandwayo lokuzama ukubulala.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
Have you appeared in court?
Wake wavela na phambi kwecourt.
Usukela ndazalwa.
Since my birth, I'd never been before court.
Okay. Do you know if any of these people that you don't want to name, have appeared before a court in connection with an attempted murder case?
I object to
Amadoda
that, Mr. Chair.
wawunawo.
What is the relevance of pursuing this kind of inquiry in the context of this commission? There is a particular concern in this commission, which is inter alia that Mr. Bongo was assassinated 3 days after the pointing out on 2 October 2012. It has come up for discussion previously, and if there is a basis upon which Mr. Mpofu is pursuing the question of names and the like, then he must deal with the issue of safety squarely. And
Beka
what
ngolo hlobo
happens,
umhlekazi
if
uThixo
I may
kokuba xa
add,
sizawukhankanya abantu ngamagama aba sibafaka noko ecicini lokuba kungenzeka nangantoni njengoba yenzeka lento kumhlekazi uBongo ntsuku ezintathu emva kokuba aye wavela phaya eyosikhomba waye wahlaselwa wabulawa uthi makayithatheke ngaloo ndlela umhlekazi uMpofu xa
Before you continue, can I ask you a question? The 2 dockets we've got, if they're complete dockets, I'm not sure they are, but if they are complete dockets, the important point is that there's no accused name there. There's no mention anywhere in the investigation diary of a suspect having been identified. So as far as I can see, but on the information before us, the persons responsible haven't been identified by the police who are investigating the case, in which case it's a line that's probably going to get Mr. Mpofu nowhere. But I am also alive to the point that if in fact there's more to it than appears from the dockets before us, then the concerns that you've raised are relevant. But let's see what Mr. Mpofu says about that, unless you want to add something first before he replies.
Yes, I just want
Yes,
to add that well, perhaps the interpreter should just
uthi umgcinisihlalo sinedokhethe ezimbini apho kungavezwa khona amagama abo bantu bakhokelwa ngabo ababulali. Uthi ke kodwa ke xa kukho into athanda kuyiveza umhlekazi uMpofu unegunya lokuba enze njalo. Uyaphendula umhlekazi uThip ngolu hlobo.
What I wanted to add,
Perhaps I should say my attention to the fact that one person is mentioned as a suspect in one of the dockets, but it's not suggested he's an accused, not suggested he was warned or anything of that kind, which normally happens if it's accepted that a case against someone should be taken further and he should actually be prosecuted. So I did put that incorrectly. But there may be more to it, as I've said, than we can see from the docket, but please continue what you're going to say and then Mr. Mpofu can reply.
Masiyilungisele nto ngokuthi apha kwezidokhethe kukho igama lomntu okhankanyayo kodwa kakusho uyakhokelwa nje akakathweswa elo tyala.
what I wanted to add, Mr. Chair, was that NUM placed these two dockets before the Commission in the course of the evidence of Mr. Gili Chana in order to establish the extent of the inquiries that NUM had made in relation particularly not to the fact of there being those dockets, but there being the absence of dockets relating to fatalities. And that was really the thrust of it. If Mr. Mpofu can give an assurance that none of the questions which he is now intending to pursue are calculated to seek from this witness some information about names which may compromise their safety, then I withdraw any complaint about what he was doing, save that an examination of what has taken place in respect of the criminal investigation of this witness can assist the Commission is obscure to me.
Chairperson, well, maybe it's just a short circuit this. I thought I had made it clear that once the witness talked about safety of people, I accepted that immediately, and I asked him whether that was the only reason or was it also because he needs to meet with them, and I didn't pursue the issue of names. What I'm doing now, the assurance I'm giving that Mr. Tip 6, unreservedly, as far as the names issue is concerned. But apropos the objection, 2 points, Chair. One is that, and I forgot to explain this to the witness, I represent the injured, as everybody knows. Some of those injured include the people who were injured on the 11th. Now, as far as and in fact, I informed Mr. Tip this morning to call one of them, one of the ones who got injured on the 11th in particular.
What you're saying is the two complainants in these two cases, the dockets of which are XX5 and XX6, those two complainants are both among your clients.
That's correct.
Uyiveza ngoku ke umhlekazi uMpofu izizathu ezenza okokuba abuzele embuzo uthi
That's number one.
elingcina okokuba yena apha ume egameni laba bantu bonzakala phaya abanye babo.
I ask, it can't be a secret. Which of the two do you propose calling?
Mr. Mabuyakulu.
Mr.?
Mabuyakulu.
Omnye wabo bantu
That's one of the ones who were shot at the back.
Ozawubizwa apha njengengqina ngulo wadutyulwa apha ngasem.
He is the one who's double X6.
Yes, the one
Okay.
where the bullet was not found. So, yeah.
Well, yes, right, carry on.
Yeah, Chairperson, that's number one. Number two, as far as the issue of relevance is concerned, clearly,
Your question to which objection was taken was, did anybody appear in court as an accused
Yes.
in connection with
the-
either of these two attempted murder
yes,
cases?
correct.
Now, what is the relevance of that for the point taken by, or made,
Yes, that's-
whether correctly or not, is another matter. Point raised by Mr. Tip is that information isn't going to help us one way or t'other to answer the questions that the President has has posed for our answer under the terms of reference. That's his point, really. And what do you say about that?
Yes, that's the one I'm addressing, Chair. Number 2, relevance. If Chairperson, you accept that I represent these people, and they, like the President or anybody else, would like to find out the truth about the circumstances under which they or their loved ones sustained some severe injuries, as the evidence will show, Chair, then one of the ways in which the questions around their injuries could or might be answered is either through this process or a criminal case or any other process. So if their impression is that the people who shot their loved ones or themselves, in this case themselves as victims, have not been called to account in terms of the law, surely that is one of the relevant issues insofar as this commission in the preamble is meant to determine the events that lead to inter alia, how the injuries, the injured people, let's call it that. Then surely those injured people, insofar as they are parties to this commission, are entitled to know whether or not their case is being pursued with any vigor or at all.
Mr. Mpofu, can I put a point to you?
Yeah.
Whether someone has appeared in court as an accused in respect of either of these 2 charges of attempted murder is a fact that we can ascertain objectively by inquiring from the police. We don't have to spend time asking this witness about whether he's been to court, whether he knows anybody who's been charged, or anything of that kind. If that's all you want to know, has anyone been charged with this, that we can find out without asking this witness.
Well, Chair, no, it's
So
not.
I'll be wasting time on that.
I'm sorry, Chair. It might be a waste of time for some, Chair, but for the injured people, it's not. The third issue that I wanted to raise, Chair, is that in this docket, which has now been pointed out, what it says on XX5 is that the suspect here in this particular attempted murder case is Mr. Brown and his other 7 NUM members. I'm sorry, Mr. Chip. It's XX5, the last 2 pages, the last part.
C5 of the investigation.
C5 of that document.
Chaza izizathu ke umhlakazi uMpofu ukuba abuze le mbuzo lena uthi njengomuntu omele aba bantu abonzakala uthi ke abanye babo bonzakala ngendlela emasike ezinyane imigcaliselo ebekwe kulo commission ukufumana inyaniso kuba yintoni kahle eyenzeka phaya ukuze kubekho inzame zokuthi kwazi ukuvaleka lento njengoba upresident welizwe ayifuna naba ke izalamani zifuna ukuyazi inyaniso uthi njengoba kuvela kule docket kukho umuntu owethese ityala phaya ekuthiwa nguBrown lokuzama ukubulala nabanye ogxa bakhe abangu7.
And it says, and these other...
Sorry, that's the note in the Colonel's handwriting in the investigation diary. And as far as I can see, that's a note dated the 12th of August.
That's correct.
The Colonel appears to have thought that the person you mentioned was a suspect, others were. Whether there was further investigation thereafter, we do not know. But the point is, if the people affected want to know what happened, or is going to happen, that information can be obtained not by asking this witness, but by finding out from the police. So I don't see any purpose in asking this witness these questions. If this information is important for us, it can be obtained far more easily than by wasting time asking this witness.
Chairperson, the last thing, I accept that, Chair.
All right, okay. So can we move on then?
What I'm saying is that when here they talk about 7 NUM members, this witness may or may not be one of those 7 members. Surely I must be entitled, Chair, if this witness was there and it is said here that there are 7 suspects, 8 suspects actually.
Does he know? He says he's never been interrogated by the police about this. He doesn't know whom the Colonel, it's Colonel Mokoena, suspected on the 12th of August. Whether there's been any investigation thereafter, whether Colonel Mokwena's suspicions are shown to have any basis at all is something we don't know. And he certainly can't help us in that, can he?
Okay, Chair,
Uthi
this is
umgcini
my
sihlalo
last,
lenqina alinakwazi ukuba lincede le
my
nto.
last submission, number 8 of that same page. It says there, the kernel says, Mr. Julius as well as Brown should be thoroughly interrogated to clear as to who was part of the people who what?
Witness isn't Mr. Brown.
Defending the,
This
no,
witness isn't Mr. Brown,
he might be one of the 7.
or he might not be. But anyway, he says he hasn't been interrogated.
Anyway, that's fine, Chair.
The-
Okay.
The colonel said.
He said he has.
And
Brown.
Mr. Julius is, I think, one of the security people, and that's the Mr. Motlogelwa, whose statement is Exhibit
I know,
ZZ4, and he apparently is going to come and give evidence. So the relevance of this line of questioning, if you want to ask Mr. Julius about it, can be debated then, but we don't have to debate it now with this witness. do we?
Okay, that's fine, Chair. Chair,
Ukho le ndoda izawubizwa apha ekuthiwa nguMr Mtlogelwa.
No,
Ndiyabona
I know.
uyezokwazi okokuba sichazele le ntetho ngoba isithi uchairman yabhalwa nguKennel ngomhla ka-12 ku-Agosta sazi okokuba emva koko kuye kwaba khona olunye uphando olwenziwe na ukuveza okokuba lo Brown okuthethwa ngayo
Commissioner
ngubani.
Hemrod says that I was incorrect in saying that he said he hadn't been interrogated.
Yes, Chair.
But he did say he'd never appeared in court.
Yes, he said he was interrogated, Chair.
All right.
Uthi umhlekazi ulungisa le
Correcting
nto
a
okokuba
mistake that I
elinqina
Anyway,
alezange
I
lisho
understood you to
okokuba
say you're going to move on to another point. Did I understand
zange
you correctly?
liphandwe ngamapolisa.
Chair,
Lithe
I
nje-
don't, we've already wasted enough time on this. I think the point is made. All I wanted to establish is that this witness is possibly one of the 7 people, and if he has not been pursued, as it were, that is something that my clients have an interest in. If this case has just been left to rot, as it were,
Well,
to
we
put
don't
it
know that.
bluntly.
We don't
Well,
know that.
that's the line, I'm just saying the relevance, I don't know it either.
Well,
But
he
if-
doesn't know whether the case has been left to rot, does he? So what's the point of asking him?
Uthi umhlekazi elinqina lalekhona apho kukho abantu abangu-8 abaphandwayo asazi noma elinqina lingabanye babo bantu na njengoba elinqina liye laphendula uthi umhlekazi
There's something else I must
amapolisa
point out
azange
before we move on, and that is Mr. Brown, alias, that's actually the name of Mr. Setilele. He's given evidence, has he not? And he was never asked about these things. It was no suggestions of the kind that you're now making in relation to him were made to him when he was in the witness box to answer them. So that's another. So in fairness, it should be pointed out that when he gave his evidence, no suggestion of that kind was ever addressed to him. And
Yeah,
I think it's
well,
important
in
that
fairness,
that be on record, and that those persons who are present hearing what the debate between us are aware of that fact.
Yeah.
But let's move on to the next point.
Thank you, Chair. But the record should also show that I was asking him in respect of the other 7, not Mr. Brown. But be that as it may,
andibuzi nje ngoBrown kuphela ndibuza ngale aba abanye esisixhenxe esinye ekuthiwa siyaphandwa phaya.
were you aware of I'm sorry if you have answered this, something tells me you might have. Were you aware of the advice of the security personnel of Lonmin that your group should all vacate the offices?
Uyayikhumbula uyiphendulile ndiyabona le nto ukuba kwakho ingcebiso efika apha evela kwe-security ukuba hey maniphume
Say that. In
ngokushesha.
fact, you'll find that in paragraph around about 16 in his statement.
Officer, yes, that's probably where it
So
is.
that point's been covered.
Yes, okay, thank you,
So,
Chair. All
Ikhona
right,
apha
Perhaps we can
kwi-statement
cover
sakho
another
loo
point.
nto.
yes. No. You've testified that one of the reasons that okay, now let's start with this. The weapons that were in the office, according to your understanding, had been confiscated from strikers. Is that correct?
Ezi zixhobo zaziphaya eofisini lenum uthi zazithethe kwaba baqinqelazi.
Ngokwendlela endingaxelelwa ngayo.
That's how I was told, yes.
Do you know from subsequent discussions whether or not there was any violence associated with that confiscation.
Kwabakho umlo owabakhona xa kuthathwa ezo zixhobo kwabakho ukulwa phakathi kwaba abazithatha nalaba azathathwa kubo.
Andizange ndive nto inomlo.
I did not hear anything pertaining to that.
Okay, so it's possible that these people just happily and voluntarily handed them over.
Kungenzeka okokuba bazinikeza nje ezi zixhobo zabo ngaphandle
Possible, but
kokuba
not very
balwe.
likely.
Thank you, Chair. My point exactly. Thank you. Yes.
Bazinikeza nje ngaphandle kokulwa ngoxolo.
Andinalwazi kuba ndandingekho mna ngolo
I
xesha.
don't know, I wasn't there.
Okay, okay, I'll leave it at that. I think just to say, General Mpembe could learn a lot from NUM about the handing over of weapons.
Uyabona ke ukuthi umhlekazi
Mr. Mpofu.
uGeneral Umpembe
Accept.
afunda
Make
olukhulu
remarks
apha
like that,
ku-NUM
people will,
ukubazithatha kanjani
you're setting a
izixhobo
bad
ngaphandle
example,
kokuliwa.
and some of your younger colleagues may follow it, and I don't want to encourage them to do that.
Chair.
Have you finished your cross-examination?
No.
Oh, carry on then.
Chair, okay, and apologies to the younger colleagues. No, the older ones can look after themselves. Chairperson, I would like to ask I've asked Ms. Pillay to prime, this is one of the videos, a short one, I think it's extreme, Ms. Pillay, thank you.
Cela umama upile apha kokuba akasibonise nje omncinci umfanekiso apha wesahlakalo esithize.
Clip, do we know what it is? Does it have to have, does it need an exhibit number or?
Chair, as I understand it, it's X3, the clip that was shown yesterday and before that as well.
I see, all right.
Ilo mfanekiso
Again.
ekewavela phezolo.
I think, to be fair, I don't think this witness saw it, did he? He did.
He did
So you want to
actually.
show it to
Just
him
played
again?
for him by Mr. Tip.
I see, all right, okay, we'll carry on.
Elinqina like lawubona lo mfanekiso xa udlalwa ngumhlekazi uTip siza kuphinda nje kancinci.
These ops. Yep. Ja, hierdie is nou manne. Check die pangas en goed wat hulle by hulle het. Yes. Ja, ek dink dit is wat gaan gebeur. Ja, ek het gesien die monster is hier so. Dis reg. Alright, bye.
Chair, I suspect this is not, I think it's the one before that, where there was the gentleman who was apparently in the wrong place.
That was,
Hayi,
we were shown
lo
X3.
mfanekiso.
I think Mr. Mpofu is probably referring to X1 then, Chair.
Right, so let's have a look at X1 and let's hope that's the one you want.
It's quite short, thanks.
Esifunayo ila ndoda yayibonakala ukuba ilahlekile hayi isivumela kwindawo apha engafanelanga khona.
And if I can I indicate when you can pause up there?
Be helpful to pause at some stage so we can count the number of people in the group.
Yes, I thought about that. Can you now there's a tree. No, just reverse a little bit. Yes.
Count them while we're sitting. Someone can count them during the lunch
Yes.
adjournment. And the parties can agree, I think. Anyway, let's carry on.
Let's get on, thanks. It also shows the... Okay, can you pause? Mr. Gegeleza, can you see the part that has been paused?
Uyayibona le ndawo apha simi khona kuyo?
Awu, ndiyayibona.
I see it, yes.
I just want to assist the commission by pointing out that, or rather asking you, whether in front of that tree, is that where the gap is visible, the gap in the stop nonsense?
Phaya kulo mthi uyabona kulaa ndawo kulakho isiqobo kwi-stop nonsense.
Kunjalo?
That is the place, yes.
And just for clarity's sake, all right, can you just play on a little bit? Right. That is that place where we saw another street perpendicular to the one where they were marching, leading us to Street C.
Sesistrati ke esithi xa ugqitha phaa ukuso siye ku-Street C.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
Were you part of that group?
Wow, kule group.
Kunjalo?
It is correct.
Would it be fair to say that you were singing happily?
Nyanto as xa sithi benicula kumandi nivuyile.
Esicela magwetha umbutho kuba manje xa sicula wona kwamalanga.
It's every day nice as if you sing union songs.
Where were you coming from?
Nani vela phi ke apha?
Sasivela kwaXotha abaqhankqalazi.
We are returning from where we had been chasing the strikers.
You remember that you marched again at about 1 o'clock towards the Van der Kolk Stadium.
Uyakhumbula uba kuthe phaya ko-1 namatsha nisiya eVan der Kolk Stadium.
Kunjalo?
It is correct.
So this is not that return.
Akusi ngeli xesha nibuya kulo match.
Akukho okusibuya kule manzi le yile sibuya kuxesha sibuya kuyo leqa abaqhankqalazi le.
No, this is not. This is the one when we are returning from chasing the strikers.
Now, is it this, during this march that you saw the injured person?
Ngeli xesha lale match ke xa nibuya xa uzawubona lo muntu owenzakeleyo.
Ndimbone sisaleqa abanantsika abaqhankqalazi.
No, I saw him
Xa sele
during the
ndibuya
chase.
animbonanga.
During the chase of the strikers. When we came back, I did not see him.
Okay, I asked this question differently from Mr. Kelichano, but have you ever taken any interest as to who that person was and whatever happened to him?
Mandikubuze ke ngendlela ehlukile kule ndayibuza kuGcilshane wena ke njengomuntu womuntu uweke waba nothando waba ufuna ukwazi okokuba ngubani le ndoda ilimele phaya.
akukho apho ngendibe nomdla nomuntu obezondihlasela.
I would not have had any interest in a person who had come to attack me.
Oh, you know the gentleman, did he come to attack you?
Uyamazi ngomnye walaba abantu bebenhlasela.
Kuba behamba nabaqhankqalazi.
He was together with the strikers.
When did you see him with the strikers?
Wambona nini ke ephaya kubaqhankqalazi?
Ndambona xa engasesikarheni bemngqongile sathi xa sisiya kubo babaleka bamshiya abaqhankqalazi abantu.
I saw him there next to Skachen. They were surrounding him, and when we approached them, they left him there and ran
Abefuna
away.
ukungena ngaphansi kocingo lesikarheni.
He was trying to creep under the fence to go into the Skachen premises.
Okay, well, for what it's worth, I don't know whether you are interested or not, that the gentleman will come and give evidence that he received a shot from the back and it protruded through his stomach, which is even currently bulging and bloated, and you can almost see his intestines.
Uthi ke lo muntu wenzakala ngendlela emasikizinyana uzawuza apha zokunqina. Wadutshulwa ngasemva imbumbulu yambetha yazophuma apha emathunjini nangoku isisu sibhamkile sinjena xa ujongile ukwazi ukubona namathumba akhe ngaphakathi.
Andinalazi ke mna ukuthi
I have no idea.
dazi kuphela kwenza ukuthi ndava izithonga zompuba kudubuleke bana ndasi.
The only thing I can say, I had shots, but who was shot and by whom, I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, were you aware of the rumor that was doing the rounds thereafter that 2 people had been killed?
Wayiva ingxelo yayihamba apho mayabe kudutshule abantu ababini.
Ndivile xa kubaqhankqalazi xa bethetha nentatheli ekopini.
I heard it from the strikers when they spoke to the reporters. This was on the copy.
Sorry, this would be the period between the 11th and the 16th.
Loo nto yenzeka phakathi komhla ka-11 nangomhla ka-16 luthetha ngayo.
Kunjalo?
It is correct.
Finally, when you had this encounter with the protesters, did you ever get an impression that they thought that the bullets would not injure them or affect them?
Ngeli xesha ke nihlangana phaya nabaqhankqalazi aba kwake kwakufikele engqondweni ukuba aba bantu babona okokuba ibullets imbumbulu ezi azinakubenzakalisa.
Akuzange kundifikela ndazi into edibene nembumbulu ndava nje izithonga zompupa.
Never appeared to me like that. I don't know much about bullets. I only heard the shots, the gunshots.
In fact, it is correct, is it not, that as soon as they heard those gunshots, they ran for their lives?
Andithi nyanza ukuba kwathi xa kuvakala ezi zithonga bajika aba bantu baleka.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have nothing further.
Sorry, Ms. Lewis, are you going to cross-examine on behalf of the families?
Mr. Chair, no questions on behalf of the families.
Thank you.
Akukho mbuzo evela phaya kumama lo omele ifamily.
Mr. Berger, do you wish to cross-examine?
We have no questions to the witness, Chair.
Tekazi uBeger uthi mbuzo kayikho.
Thank you, Chair. I do.
Enkosi ndiyabulela, Tekazi uSiminya.
Mr. Gegeleza, you are Bondo, am I right?
Andithi ungwasemambondeni mfana.
Kunjalo?
It is correct.
And as you say, from where you come, people don't easily balk at a good fight, right?
Uthi ke mfondini phaya kulamhlaba uvela kuwo amadoda awana kuyibalekela into yokuthi kuditshana kubethana kuliwe.
Kuyenzeka ngamanye amaxesha bangayibalekeli kuliwe.
It sometimes happens, yes, that men don't run away, they take part in the fight.
It's actually considered very manly and brave to engage with a good fight, right?
Andithi ke phaya umuntu onesibindi uthathwa njengokuthi hayi indoda nyani lena akungomuntu oyikayo.
Kunjalo?
Yes, it is so.
And even regardless of numbers of opposition, that is not a factor to tear a good fight, am I right?
Andithi ke ukuthi ubuninzi baba nijongene nabo bungakanani hayi akuyonto leyo ekufanele ukujonge.
Kunjalo?
It is correct.
All you know is that one side is going to lose, but you don't run away from a good fight.
Into yaziyo kokuba kukho abazokuhluleka abazokoyiseka kodwa ke akusisizathu sokubaleka esokuba sizokoyiseka.
Kunjalo?
It is correct.
And fairly in the Eastern Cape, when these confrontations are had, they can be fatal.
Kuyenzeka ke phaya kulamacala phaya kulomhlaba wotamkhulu kokuba xa kwenzeka izinto ezinjengalezo kuba kho abantu abaswelekayo.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
That as a consequence is also not enough to deter you from getting into a good combat, am I right?
Noma usoyivile ke into yokuba kukhona into enjengale ukuba kukhona umuntu oswelekile phaya akunakwenza okokuba ube ngumuntu owoyika nje ukungenela umlo onjengalo.
Kwaxhomekeka kuwe sigqibo kodwa kumi akukho nto ithi mandoyike xa ndive kuthiwa kufe omnye umuntu.
It will depend on another person, but pertaining to myself, yes, that is the position. It doesn't matter what has happened to the next person.
And in fact, before at times going into these combats, it is not unusual for people to apply traditional medicine, right?
Andithi kuye kwenzeke kokuba xa kuzobakho into ezinjengalezo amadoda aye kwindoda ekrelekrele yaziyo ukuba bafumane amayeza.
Hayi andikade ndifikelele apho ndiyibone loo nto.
There I have not been to that. I don't have the experience.
You are from the Eastern Cape, aren't you?
Andithi vela phaya kulamhlaba wotamkhulu Eastern Cape.
Kunjalo kodwa yonke leminyaka andizange kulale endikuyo kuliwe.
Yes, it is so, but in the years past, in the area where I come from, there hasn't been some fighting going on there.
No, just trust us a little bit. You have just told us where you come from, nobody runs from a good fight.
Hayi mawusethembe mani mfoka ba ugqiba ukusho ngokuba kulaa ndawo ovela kuyo akukho magwala phaya akho abantu aboyika ukulo.
Namanje ndithetha loo nto ukuthi akukho magwala.
I'm still saying the same thing. There are no
Okanye
cowards
khona
there.
ngoba bakhona abantu ababalekayo pha.
But however, you would have people running away.
But you can't then at the same time say you have never seen a fight.
Kodwa ke wena kukaninzi uzibona zibambene kuliwe.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
So, give us background about your home background. You do know there are occasions when they use traditional medicine, not correct?
Mawusixelela ndithi uyazi okokuba kuye kubekho amaxesha apho kuye kusetyenziswe khona izinto ezithizo kokuba umuntu abe asebenzisa amayeza kokuba abe nesibindi.
Hayi mina bendisebenzise le ntombi kuphela. Lesibindi azange sisebenzise.
The only medicine that was used was to attract girlfriends. That is all.
Okay. Now, when you do use that medicine to get girlfriends,
Sebenza eli lezi ntombi mfondini.
you do that truly believing that having applied this medicine, that will stand in good stead to get these girlfriends, right?
Ngumuntu onenkolelo kokuba xa uthe walifaka walisebenzisa eliyeza lezi ntombi, hayi izinto zihamba ngendlela. Ziba khona.
Kunjalo?
It is so.
And there are others who would use the medicine for making them strong.
Ukho abasebenzisa ke amayeza ayenza kokuba babe strong nyani kube ngabantu abakwazi ukungenela umlo.
Andinalwazi ngoba zange ndike kubekho umuntu endimbonayo lisebenzisa.
I do not have an idea there because I had never seen or experienced a person who uses such medicine.
You haven't been exposed, you say, to anybody who's using medicine for the purposes of making themselves strong.
Uthi awuzange ube una ukuhlangane udibane nabantu abasebenzisa amayeza okokuba babe ngabantu abakwaziyo ukulwa.
Kunjalo?
It is
Andinawuthetha
so.
into zama-rumors.
I cannot speak about rumors.
Okay. You see, it is not a rumor. We have post-mortem reports of people who were killed in Marikana.
Akungonga mayimema awakusiyiruma njena sine postmortems i-report zogqirha abayifumene lento kwaba bantu abasweleke eMarikana.
Some of whom have fresh cut wounds, incisions, like these traditional incisions.
Abanye babantu kukho izingcapho apha bagcatshwe khona kubonakala uba basikwe nje kulezo ntsuku.
Andinawukwazi ukuphendula
I cannot respond to that
ukuthi
one.
bekuliyeza lokuthi baqine okanye lokuthi bathini.
I would not be able to say what the medicine applied for was, whether to make them strong or for whatever reason.
Do you know the practice of these incisions at all?
Nalo kulwazi okokuba kukho lezinto zokuba abantu bake bagqatshwe ngemithi esetshenziswa pha emakhaya esiXhosa.
Kunjalo?
I know that. Yes.
Apart from girlfriends, what do these incisions, what are they done for?
Andeke kumayeza ezintombi kuye kwenziwe kwamanye amaxesha yenzelwe ntoni lonto.
Xa kusithiwa kuthintelwa izinto ezifana nothikoloshi.
Sometimes to protect the people against creatures such as tokolosh.
Okay, we're making progress.
Hayi siyevana ke ngoku.
At least it is used for self-protection, this.
Izinto ezisetshenziswa
Medicines.
ukuzikhusela wena njengomuntu andithi.
Kunjalo?
That's correct, yes.
And if they're good against tokoloshi, they would be even better against a human being, I would guess.
Ndiyathemba okokuba eliyeza xa likwazi ukuba linqande izinto ezinongotokoloshi umuntu hayi akuqondwe mnqanda nje lula.
Andiqinisekanga uba kungaba njalo kuba
I am not sure if that is the position.
andiqinisekanga ukuthi okanye kungaba njalo ndasize kuba lisebenza linqande le othikoloshi kuphela.
What I know is that it does have an effect on tokoloshes.
Oh, that you know as a fact.
Uyayazi loo nto uba utokoloshi yena hayi liyambetha liyamnqanda.
Ngokwendlela esiyasikholelwe ngayo.
That is our belief, yes.
And it is that type of practice which would have 10 people confront a crowd of 3,000 or more, or few, or a large crowd, as you use the expression. Am I wrong?
Uthi mhlekazi into enjengaleyo engayenza uba abantu abangu-10 babe nesibindi sokujongana nabantu izihlwele ezingamawaka.
Andinawukwazi ukuphendula kuloo ndawo ngoba andithe andilazi iyeza elokuqina zange ndalisebenzisa.
I cannot respond to that one because I don't know. I have never used that kind of medicine that strengthens me.
You see, we're trying to understand how it is that a a show of police force as large as was in Marikana was not a sufficient deterrent. Are you able to help us?
Uyabona apha mfondini sizama ukuqonda okokuba amapolisa abemaninzi ngalendlela bebonakala phaya eMarikana awazange enze okokuba ezi zihlwele ziwoyike. Sizama ukubona apho ukuba kwakwenzeke ntoni
Bendikude kakhulu neMarikana ngolo xesha bekukho amaphoyisa.
I was far away from Marikana at the time the police were there.
Yes, I know, but given your background, how you approach conflict, and if you were there, you'd still have braved your way through those numbers of police. Is that right?
Andithi ke mawusiphe wena njengomntu onamava xa wawukhona apho wawuzaba nesibindi nawe sokokuba jongana nawo amapolisa uye kuwo.
Andiqinisekanga ngoba andikaze ndiyisebenzise into efana naleyo kuba kuthiwa uqenele kuya emntwini.
I am not sure because I've never used this kind of stuff that makes you confrontational towards other people.
Chairperson, I have to object. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt my learned colleague, but, and I've tried to exercise some restraint. I just want to maybe establish, because our evidence, which it suggests that the people were actually running away, and we even saw that from the helicopter, running away either towards the shacks or towards other directions. So I don't know where this evidence or where Mr. Semenya bases this confrontation of a large force of
Beka
police.
ngolo hlobo umhlekazi umpofu okokuba ndazi ukuba uvela phi ngale nto umhlekazi Siminya ngoba ubungqine sinabo thina ukuba aba bantu babaleka sibabonile nakwi imifanekiso apha le nto okokuba baya kumapolisa ndazi ukuba ivela phi ngoku.
Chair, we have seen the visuals of the first breach, of the second breach, of the third breach, culminating in the unfortunate shooting. So I don't know why
Uthi
the
sibone
question is
imifanekiso
misplaced.
apha kukho uhlaselo lokuqala nolwesibili nolwesithathu
Are you to
apha bantu
persist
bazama
on
ukuphuma
this cross-examination,
phaya
but,
kuvuleke khona.
I don't think it should be unduly lengthened.
I didn't threaten to make it lengthy, Chair.
Preemptive strike on my part.
Are you able to explain and help us? The visuals we see are of people who, despite an evident display of force, show some group of people nevertheless seeking to penetrate that police line. Can you explain why that arises?
Chair,
Foka
I'm
pa
sorry,
mhlawumbe
I need to
ngawube ube
object to that.
nenkazelo apha njengoba ebuza umhlekazi Siminya masive intetho kama.
That is a particular interpretation of what happened in respect of which no doubt evidence will be led by SAPS, but no such evidence has yet been led. There's no evidence yet of a breach. Or
Perhaps the proposition can be put on a conditional basis that the factual findings contended for are accepted, and then your objection will fall away. I did say to Mr. Semenya, I didn't think the point should be unduly lengthened because this isn't an expert on human reactions in the face of this kind of situation, but he is an amapondo, and so he can help us a little bit. Mr. Semenya, please proceed. We
Uthi
carry on for about
umhlekazi
3 minutes.
mhlawumbe ubuza lo mbuzo
convenient stage
kwelinqina
for the adjournment.
kungeyona ingqali kwezi
Perhaps you
zinto
can
kodwa
try
njengomntu
to round
ovela
this
pha
point off
emampondweni
before we
okokuba
take the lunch.
akakwazi ukusinceda ukuba kwenzeka ntoni.
Okay, let's take 2 steps back.
Asithi kushenqele emva kancinci.
If necessary, I will show you visuals of men who are nude, who are standing at the copy, and to whom it appears there is application of some muti.
No, Chair, I'm sorry.
Sidingo
No,
soko
no.
mhlekazi.
It appears to
Sizakubonisana.
whom? No, Chairperson, I'm very sorry.
Uthi uza kumbonisa imifanekiso yabantu baphaya
You show
entabeni
videos
apho kwenziwa khona amatelitela
which it
athize.
appears.
To
If it
whom?
doesn't
To him?
I think it appears, when used as he used it, in general means appears to everyone who sees it. He says he's going to do that. Whether the video does that is a matter we can debate later. But let's not waste time on that.
Asimose kuyinqanda lento njengoba esitsho umhlekazi uSiminya kuba xa kunesidingo sokwenje njalo ndizawubonisa lo mfanekiso ke ndive ukuba wena uthini ngaloo nto.
Chair, may we perhaps take the lunch adjournment? I'll get the video clip and it will probably appear to the witness.
Makulungise le mfanekiso ke kuzawuthi
I
xa
hope someone
sibuya
during the lunch
ekutyeni
adjournment will also
iveze
count the number of
apha.
people on the video clip we saw.
sijonge sibone okokuba
we will now take the
yintoni
lunch
kakuhle le yenzeka phaya. Ixesha lokutya
See, we've been given another piece of paper to look at during the adjournment.
Yes, Chair.
The covering sheet is not really clear, but I take it that's not important. But are you going to continue with your cross-examination?
Yes, Chair, thank you, and I'll deal with this document further down the line. For now, I would wish the witness to be shown the clips and video footages.
Cela ke senior counsel Simenyo kuba ingqina lethu umnumzana ugegeleza umhlekazi ugegeleza kaboniswe I video eziphaya ne clips zazo.
If we can zoom in just so that we can see that with some greater clarity, if you can.
Chair, for the purposes of the record, this is slide 86 from Exhibit L.
Mr. Gegeleza, if you don't mind, you may leave your witness stand, go closer and see what appears on that video.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku tata ukuba awunayo ingxaki ne ungasondela pha kumabonakude uzibonele ngokwakho kumfanekiso lo kuba kwenzeka ntoni na.
Chair, just before my learned friend shows this video, may I raise an objection or a question on this part of the evidence? My learned friend for the police, Mr. Semenya, has offered us an expert report by, I think, a social anthropologist on muti and the meaning of muti in the particular culture. We haven't seen that report, but no doubt that may be relevant when it is filed. When Bishop Sioka gave evidence on muti and expressed strong views, my learned friend cross-examined him, and in our submission, quite correctly, the bishop abandoned his views and conceded that he was a lay witness. He couldn't assist the commission. This witness has told the commission that he doesn't know about muti in the context of fighting and being either invisible or strong or whatever. I do not know how this is going to advance us, especially in the absence of the expert report which is to be furnished to us to tell us what muti is all about.
Mr. Berger, when I came back here, I mentioned it when I spoke to Mr. Semenya. When I came back here onto the podium, whatever you call it, where I am, I found in front of me the expert report. So I haven't read it, but I assume that it contains material, I take it, about Pondo people and the situation in Pondoland. And I take it that Mr. Semenya's intention is to put to the witness, as an Amapondo, certain things that are going to be dealt with by his witnesses in relation to that. If he goes beyond permissible limits, you will obviously object at that point. But I'm not going to be reading it while the cross-examination continues. So perhaps if someone can take you my copy in the meanwhile, which you can look at, because you won't have to listen attentively to each answer as I have to, or as attentively to each answer as I have to.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Berger's been given one, I can keep mine. All right, so I take the point that you make. This gentleman is an Amapondo, so he can be asked about the situation relating to people from his ethnic group. It may be that if Mr. Semenya gets a series of undiases, he may have to not proceed further with the cross-examination, but we can only see as the cross-examination proceeds. But obviously it will be open to you and to others to object if consider questions asked are objectionable. But I don't think I can make any ruling at this stage. But you very helpfully alerted us to the problem, and particularly to the fact that you were not initially in possession of an expert statement.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm sorry to butt in before Mr. Becker finishes, but I just want to place on record that from our point of view, the mere fact that someone is Mpondo or Tembo or whatever is completely and utterly irrelevant to the issues that are being debated here. In fact, we take strong objection to any insinuation that somehow qualifies anybody about the issues facing this commission.
If it is, I don't know what it is, Mr. Semenya will tell us, but if it is his case that particularly people from Ponderland, some of them, or number of them, have particular views, he is, and rock drill operators in particular from Ponderland, if he has a rock drill operator from Ponderland in the witness box, he can legitimately ask questions. There may well be a time, depending on the answers he gets, when he will not be able to proceed any further. But I think it's premature for us at this stage to say that these questions can't be asked. So let's, you can't have a sort of anticipatory objection to questions which you think may be asked, even if you don't know what the answer is going to be. So let's see how it develops. I understand your point about strongest objection and things being placed on record and so forth. They are on record, but let Mr. Semenya proceed.
Ngokubhekisele kule mifanekiso ke siyibona pha kumabonakude kuye ke kwabakho ingxaki iyabameli abakhulu abaphezulu abachasa lento yokuboniswa ngoba kuthiwa nalixesha wayelapha uBishop Siwoka kwathiwa kayingcutshe kweze zinto ba angakwazi ukuphefumla ngemithi nangamayeza asetyenziswayo ngabantu into ethethweyo ke apha ke ngosihlalo into kubana elingqina ke ngenxa yokuba ngumuntu wesuka eMampondweni uzawuveza ke imibono yokuba eMampondweni indlela yenkolelo kanye indlela bathi benze ngayo indlela enjani na kodwa ke xa kukho imiba anganakwazi ukuthi aphendule kuyo akazongena kuyo lo miba leyo ngokufutshane yiyo ke lento ibixoxwa kanye ibithethwa ngeli xesha.
Mr. Gegeleza, the visual you are watching now was taken on the 14th of August, 2012.
Kuthiwa ke lamfanekiso ubona pha wathathwa nge-14 ka-August ngo-2012.
Just around 16:21 in the afternoon.
Around
16:21.
Kwakunge ngamashumi amabini ananye emva kwentsimbi yesine 21 minutes past 4 emini.
Was it your observation that there are men who are standing in line and naked?
Nawu ubonile na into kuba ngamadoda enze umgcake pha afolileyo kwaye ahambaze?
Kwenzalo?
That is so.
I request that you be shown another image, which is slide 87.
Ucela ke usina council uboniswe omnye umfanekiso obizwa slide 87.
If you want to take the opportunity to look at it closer, you may, Mr. Gegeza.
Ndoda enkulu ke xa ufuna usondela pha ungasondeza na usondele xa ungaboni kakuhle ne? I can see clearly from here.
Okay. That also is a visual taken on the 14th of August, 2012, around the same time.
Kuthiwa nalo umfanekiso ubonayo ke wathathwa kwangelo xesha ngalo mhla we-14 sika August.
Okay, can we request that you be shown slide 90? Can that be played so that we see what appears there? It's a short one.
Kuthiwa uthi senior counsel ucela ke idlalwe si ke sibone uba benza ntoni phaya.
Sinakhona lapha kalokuthula khona kalokulwa. wants to drink here at the festival. Why was it your team? It was on the cells. Surprise me. Now, then, fighting you go forward.
We appreciate what you did. Will you please come back?
Let them first talk. Let's not talk. Time is our best friend. You see this thing goes good. There's no violence. Yeah. Alles niet.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Mr. Gegeleza, it is not in often happenings during work as minors that you see men just being naked like that, am I right?
Into engaqhelekanga ke ungayiboni ngexesha elininzi kubasebenzi basemgodini behamba ze ngalendlela bobona ngayo injalo lonto leyo.
Kunjalo.
That is so.
Or it's not the usual practice under normal circumstances to find them urinating on some stuff, am I right?
Ayinto eqhelekileyo naleyo into kubana kubekho into abazichamelayo. Kunjalo?
Hayi, uchamene ngenzeka umuntu achamela noba kusentwenini and akukho apho umuntu kuthiwa makuchame ndawo.
A person can urinate anywhere. There's no specific place where a person has to urinate.
That clip is an unusual sight. That's all I'm trying to establish with you.
Into ayithethayo kanye afuna uyizisa kuwe uyibone into kuba la video siyibona pha ayinto eqhelekileyo uyibona pha injalo lonto.
Ayikuyonto eqhelekileyo le ndiyibona pha kuba ndibona abantu abaphethe izixhobo.
Yes, what I see there is unusual because I see people who are armed.
Ndiphinde ndibona abantu futhi abanganxibanga.
I further saw people who are naked.
To the proposed evidence that will say this is a ritual being performed, from your background, would you be able to comment?
Ukuba ke ngoku kuthiwa aba bantu babesenza amatiletile ke ngamanye amazwi bebesenza beziqinisa ngento zabo uzawuthini wena xa uphefumula kulonto leyo?
Kuba andibonanga nto bayenzayo andazi ukuthi abanxibanga kuba besenza ntoni okanye bezokwenza ntoni andazi andikwazi ukuthi ndingaphefumula kanjani ngabo uba phandle okanye bendinoba kufutshane nabo.
I cannot comment because I didn't see them doing anything. I just saw them naked. Perhaps if I was nearer to them, then I would have been able to comment.
But you're able to tell us that's an unusual sight that we are seeing of men being naked like that, right?
Kodwa uyasixelela into ba lento ukubona abantu behamba ze into engaqhelekanga leyo.
Kunjalo?
That is so.
Do you know Intelezi?
Uyayazi intelesi?
Ewe.
Yes.
Just educate us, what is it?
Khawusifundise ke ndodenkulu ba intoni intelesi?
Phaya kuthi into esityalayo eyadini size sifaka naphezulu kwezindlu xa kukholela ukuthi okanye kunoba kukhona izilwanyana okanye izinto ezikuhlaselayo uyikhe uhlambe ngayo emzimbeni.
Okay. Where I'm coming from, we usually sow or plant it in the yard, and sometimes we place it on rooftops. And when you are having a belief, or you are of the belief that you are being attacked by some things or certain animals, then you can take it and then use it to bath.
Use it?
To bath, to take a bath.
The purpose being to achieve what?
Injongo ke izobe ukuthi makwenzeke ntoni xa uhlamba ngayo.
Ukuthi lonto ingathi ubuyiva xa isemzimbeni uba kukhona into okanye ekuhlaselayo ingaphinde ikuhlasele.
So that whatever it is that perhaps you felt in the body or anything that was attacking you, that it might not attack you again.
Kwenza umzekelo futhi xa kukhona amaphupha amambi siyayisebenzisa.
For an example, if one has bad dreams, we use it.
Ekungena amaphupha angaqondakaliyo uyayisebenzisa ukuhlamba ngayo.
When you have strange dreams, you use it to bath. You know?
If you want to make yourself fearless,
If ke ngoku naxa ufuna uqinisa isibindi,
Hayi andikaze ndifikelele apho.
I've never reached that level.
do you know what in Pondoland is called the Indlavini? Indlavini.
Uyayazi lento ke ibizwa indlavini kwaMpondo?
Kunjalo?
That's so.
The expert we propose to call says this about them. Let me test with you whether that is correct.
Kukhona ingqineli zawubizwa ke ngalento kodwa ke ufuna ukubuza wena uzoqonisa uba lento inyani na lento ithe kuthi ichazwe apha.
Chair, I propose using this report. I don't know whether we need to give it an exhibit number now or perhaps later.
I take it you're just going to put statements from it.
That's right.
It hasn't got any extra status at this stage. It's just propositions you're putting to the witness with which he'll either agree or not.
Correct, Chair.
And when the witness, if you call him, comes, then you can put the statement in and we give an exhibit number.
I would think it appropriate that way, Chair. Thank you. I just want to share with you what we have as a report by a Professor Lamla.
Ngifuna ke ukwabelana nawe ngale ngxelo ilapha ngaphambi kwethu ethaxa eyenzwe ile professor ekhankanyiweyo Landla.
If you go to page 4 of that document,
Ukuba ke utshila kuphepha lesine apha kuluqebu,
the professor will say that, and I'm reading at the top of the page, it says also in Pondoland, there is a class of militant young men called Indlavini, rascals. These fellows are usually organized in all male gangs. Would that be an accurate
ufuna ukuva ke wena into ba uyavumelana na lento ibhalwe ngulo professor kuthiwa nguLamla kuthiwa ke pha emampondweni kubakho uluhlu oluthile ke labafana abalwayo ngamanye amazwi aba bantu ke babizwa indlavini bona kuthiwa ke ngoku baye bathathwe bazawudityaniswa kuthathwa kumaqela ke ebafaneni injalo lonto.
Andivumelani naye.
I disagree.
Then the professor will say they do not only clash with rival gangs of ruffians, but sometimes terrorize villagers as well. Would that be your experience?
Uthi ke ngoku into abangquzulwane kuphela kunye namanye amaqela kodwa ngalinye ixesha baye ke benze mfiliba ubomi babantu basezilalini injalo lonto babangcungcuthekisa.
Andazi noba ungandinikana ukuthuba ndikuchazele kakuhle ngento kuthiwa indlavini.
I don't know if you
Kunye
will.
nabanye abantu because ngenzeka lo muntu ithetha ngendlela angayiqondi ngayo.
Okay, or if you can just afford me an opportunity to explain to you exactly what Indlavini, in brackets, rascals, mean, perhaps this person puts it differently.
Okay.
Qhubeke.
Haya kuthi emampondweni indlavini ngumuntu ofikelele kwizinga lokubizwa ngokuthi insizwa edlule ebukhwenkweni.
Okay. In Pondoland, the rascal, which is in Indlavini, is a person who has in fact been called a young man. He has passed the level of boyhood.
Kuphinde kube komnye umuntu ekuthiwa imbola.
And there's another person also who is referred to as imbola.
Babo bantu bayalingana bobabini neNdlavini bangabantu abalinganayo kodwa benza into enye.
Indlavini and imbola are in the equal state. However, they don't do or perform the same duties or do the same things.
Kube nguswenka wesithathu.
The third one is referred to as swenka.
Indlavini ayingomuntu othanda ukulwa.
Ndlavini is not a person who likes, who is bellicose, who likes to fight.
Umuntu othanda ukulwa nguNombola.
A person who is bellicose is Nombola.
Uswenka ngumuntu okudanisa apho kukhala khona umculo.
Swenka is a kind of person who dances where there's singing.
Ime ngolo hlobo into yaphaya.
That is how things are in Pondoland.
So the professor will say that an Indlavini would look at the defeat as one big humiliation.
Kuthiwa ke uthi professor yena indlavini xa yoyisakela okanye yoyisiwe iba lihlazo elikhulu kuyo lonto leyo.
Akuvamanga ukuva pha kumhlaba samaMpondo ukuthiwa kulwe eNdlavini. Abantu abalwayo pha ngoNombola kupha kulamhlaba samaMpondweni.
It's not normal to hear in Pondoland that Indlavini has taken part in a fight. People usually fight are those who are referred to as imbola.
Indlavini baziwa ngumuntu waziwa njengomuntu onabisayo.
Ndlavini is known as an entertainer. It's a person who entertains.
Okay, let's talk about the
No.
Imbola. Do they
No,
consider?
no, no. Chairperson, I'm so sorry. This is all entertaining and so on. But what has it got to do with the commission? No basis has been laid, Chairperson, about whether those people in those pictures are, one, either from Pondoland, two, are so-called Indlavinis. So where are we going with this?
So we must give Mr. Semenya a chance to try to lay the
To
foundation.
lay the basis. Okay, thank you.
There is evidence that a lot of the RDOs come from Pondoland, the Siki and Flagstaff and places like that. But I must assume that when council asks questions of this kind, he's not just wasting our time, he's got a purpose in doing it. If it becomes clear that I'm wrong in that assumption, then we'll have to deal with it appropriately.
Okay.
It's a bit premature at this stage.
Yes, thank you, Chair. All I just want to establish the people, the naked, so-called naked people, if there's a basis to suggest that they are from Pondoland or so-called Indlavinis, then this questioning might have some relevance.
Uthi ke uCouncillor Danimpofu unengxaki ngalento ngoba akayazi bale mibuzo isisaphi na kule commission kodwa ke ukuba kungachazwa ke aba bantu babehamba izinto ba ngamampondo kanye ngobani ukholwa into ba lonto mhlambi kungaba bhetele ukuba ingenzwa ngalondlela leyo.
Mr. Gegeleza, let's talk about the Imbola then. Would they naturally look at a defeat in a clash to be a big humiliation?
Masithethe ngabantu babizwa ke imbola ne xa ebona ba uyisiwe ukoyiswa okukwakhe ukuthatha njengehlazo elikhulu.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Okay. So they would fight very fiercely to avoid any defeat.
They will fight.
Fiercely.
Baza kulwa ke
Fully.
ngokurhala khulu.
Fearlessly. It's a terrible language, isn't it? Fearlessly.
Fearlessly.
Okay.
My English is not as good as Mr. Ntsabeza.
Ukuthi ke ngamanye amazwi bangoyiswa balwa ke ngoku bengenalo uloyiko ngoba bafuna ukoyisakala. Imbola is
Akekho umuntu olwayo engenalo loyiko into nayo uyalwa kuphela. Akekho umuntu ongenalo loyiko kuba usukube bona ukuthi nokufa ngakho kuye.
No one ever fights without having a fear in him because he knows that he might even die.
The professor also says, at least maybe you may agree with him here, that the Indlavenis are also known for lovemaking.
Ungavumelana naye ke kulonto ile mhlawumbi kuthiwa ke ngoku indlavini ezi baziwa kakhulu nokungathi bathanda isondo kakhulu.
Hayi. Phakula mhlaba kuthi ayithethwe indaba yesono.
In Pondoland, there's never mention about making love. You know.
Okay, but the professor then makes the point that to Mpondo, killing a person in a fight does not mean much. Would you associate yourself with that comment?
Uthi ke emampondweni ukubulala umuntu
It's been suggested to me by my Isi also speaking interpreter. Sorry, Isi also speaking I get it right the third time. Isi also speaking commissioner, that your interpretation wasn't entirely correct on that, on the last bit. So perhaps if the witness could repeat what he said about lovemaking and so forth, and then you can interpret it again, and we have those Isi also speaking people here. If my commissioner is correct, we'll get the correct interpretation.
kucelwa ke kuphindwe le ndawo
Mr. Mslangu is also here, but I don't want to reflect on you because, for all I know, your interpretation was correct. But it may be that what was said is also possibly capable of being interpreted in another way. So perhaps let's have another go. Get me the answer and then the interpretation. And the Isi also speaking people, of whom there are many here today, will be able to tell us whether we've got the right interpretation.
kuthiwa ke izawuphindwa le ndawo le ukwenzela into yokubana ukuba ingathi le ndawo andiyitolika kakuhle yokwenza uthando nabo ke bathetha isiXhosa abanye abevayo bakwazi ukuthi batsho ukuba bayavumelana okanye bavumelana kunye nayo izawuphindwa ke loo ndawo leyo okanye lo mbuzo uzophinda ubuzwe kwakhona.
No, it was your answer that was interpreted.
Okay, ukhawuphinde ke lo mbuzo le mpendulo ubunikezela ngayo ngeli xesha kuthiwe abantu bathiwa zindlavini ngabantu kakhona abathanda isondo ukulalana nabantu ababhinqelwe ngamanye amazwi.
Hayi, lithena indaba yesondo ayithethwa phakuthi andinayo lwazi ukuthi bathanda ntoni okanye bathanda intoni zange ndayiva kwayiloo nto.
We never, the issue of making love, it never mentioned there. I never even heard about that.
Okay. On page 6 of that document,
Mslangu has now stepped forward, and he may, if there's a dispute between Commissioner Tukota and the interpreter, maybe we must submit it to the arbitrament of Mr. Mslangu, who can tell us what's correct.
Mr. Chairperson, let me say the interpretation has been, to an extent, quite correct, but what the interpreter is endeavoring to do is to use what is called in Xhosa Hlonipha language, avoiding the use of the word sex, because it's just very rarely used in public amongst the Pondo-speaking people.
Just in totally irrelevant byway, I suggest we move on.
I don't know how this love-making thing is relevant to the commission, honestly, Chair. Whichever, whether it's taboo or not.
Yeah, this commission is not about lovemaking.
Thank you, Chair.
Kule commission ke asizange uzothetha ngento zokulalana okanye ke ukwenza isondo.
shall we go to page 6 of the report, Mr. Gegeleza?
Come back to the point. Ask your next question. I don't understand the lovemaking point, but I'm not sure that I have to understand it because I'm not sure it's relevant. So shall we carry on?
I've pointed the witness to page 6 of the report. I want to point you to the penultimate paragraph on that page. The professor will say, speaking about these areas, that sometimes warriors may be sprinkled with water mixed with intelesi while jumping over the sacred fire. They have to be naked. Perhaps this is to cleanse them. Have you observed any similar practice?
Uthi ke xa ithetha apha kule ndawo ecacisa ke ngokuprofesa ngelinye ixesha la abo ke bantu ingabantu abalwayo ngelinye ixesha batshizwa ngamanzi ke axutywe akanye agalelwe intelezi ngeli xesha ke batsiba lo mlilo lowo kuthiwa ngumlimbo endingazini ukuthi eligama lesecret balithetha umlilo ongathi ungcwele okanye umlilo othile othathwa ngendlela yesiko ingathi umlilo ongcwele na kuthiwa kufuneka benze lento behambaze.
Ndibabe ndiphendulile ndathi zange ndafikelela kwezo ndawo zinjalo.
I have answered and said I've never come across such places.
Okay, let's go back to the 11th now of August 2012. Before the shooting of the protesters by NAM leaders, there were only at that time mere sporadic incidents of intimidation, am I right?
Xa sithetha ngalo mhla ke ngoku-11 ka-August ne ngaphambi kokubana abantu bazodutyulwa ke ngoku zinkokheli zeNUM ne into ebisenzeka phambi koba kuzobakho lidubulolo ibizizigrogriso nje bezikhona kunjalo injalo loo nto.
Akukho apha ndangandeva khona uba zidubulile iinkokheli zeNUM. Mntu andayiva zizithonga zompu ndingazi uba kudubula bani.
I never heard it said that NUM leaders shot, fired shots, but what I heard were just the shots that were being fired. Something I heard.
And akukho apho ndikandeva kusithiwa kune-intimidation ngaphandle kwangele 10 ebusuku kubantu ebebesiya emsebenzini.
And I never heard it said that there was intimidation except on the night of the 10th, and people who were intimidated were those who were going to work.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that before the shooting that you heard, there were just sporadic incidents of intimidating those who sought to go to work.
Yile nto ayitshoyo nayo into yokubana phambi ke koludubulo lwenzekayo ne okanye izithonga zavakalayo into ezasenzeka ngaphambi koko yayikugrogriswa nje kwabantu babesiya emsebenzini.
Kunjalo?
That is so.
And at that time, the discontent among those who were protesting was really not a tension between NUM members and non-NUM members, am I right?
Ngoku ke into ebisenzeka ke ngoku ungquzulwano lalingakho ngaphakathi kwabantu abayi-NUM nabantu abangasiyi-NUM amalungu NUM. Olalikhona lalingakho ngaphakathi kwabantu abayi-NUM bengquzulana nabantu abangangawo amalungu NUM.
Kwakungenzeka bekhona abanye abangangomalungu e-NUM kuba kwakukhona abaqhankqalazi abasuka eKariye, so eKariye kwakungena members za-NUM kuphela mibutho ibimbini.
It is possible, and further there were some people who were not members of NUM because the strikers were from Keria, and that there were two unions.
Well, simply put, some of the protesters were NUM members, correct?
Abanye ke babaqhankqalazi yayingamalungu NUM injalo loo nto.
Kunjalo?
That is so.
Some of the protesters were belonging to other unions or non-unionized, am I right?
Abanye abaqhankqalazi ke yayingamalungu ezinye i-union kodwa abanye babengengomalungu e-union kunjalo.
Kungenzeka kube njalo uba abanye babengangomalungu e-union.
It's possible because other people were not affiliated to any other unions.
But up to that point, there were no tensions between discernible groups like NUM is fighting non-NUM members or non-NUM members are fighting NUM members. There was no such pattern visible.
Kuze kuzofikelwa xesha ke kwakungekho mlo wawukho phakathi kwenum ilwa nabantu abangasingawo amalungu enum uzofikelela ngelo xesha. Injalo lonto leyo.
Kunjalo kuba sasisilwa nabaqhankqalazi sasingazi ukuthi bangamalungu enum okanye bangamalungu antoni. Sasibona abantu abazosihlasela kuphela.
That is true because when we fought with the strikers, we didn't know whether they were members of NUM or any other union. We just saw strikers.
Now the protesters who were coming to the NUM office had intended, didn't they, to engage the NUM leadership as well?
Aba baqhankqalazi ke babe bamomncelele besiza ku-office enum injongo yabo yayikuba babe nendibano nabaphathi ke benum. Injalo lonto?
Andiqinisekanga uba injalo.
I'm not sure if it is like that.
But they were never given a chance to come and present their concerns if they had any.
Kodwa zange banikwe ithuba lokuba batsho kuba izikhalo zabo yintoni na ukuba nyani ke babe nezikhalazo ababenazo.
Ngenxa ye-information yafika ngaphambi kwawo.
Because of the information that was given before their arrival.
So you agree with me, they were not given an opportunity to express themselves if they had anything to express at all.
Uvumelana nami ke into yokuba ukuba kwakho into yokuba befuna uyithetha okanye babezayithetha zange baliphiwe elo thuba into yoba bakwazi uyithetha nto bakufune beyithethile.
Kunjalo.
That is so.
You were operating on the reports given to you by the security that they are coming to burn the office, am I right?
Niye nathatha izinyathelo ke kubeni nivile nive ngonogada into yokuba bayeza abantu bazotshisa i-office.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Gegeleza, this is important for me. It was available to all those people who were in the NUM office to simply lock the office and leave, right?
You mean it was available?
It was open to them to just lock the office and leave on the advice of the security.
Yayi into ke ngoku kwakunethuba loba bebenoyenza yayivulekile kanye likhona ithuba bentoba bebenovala i-office le kanye batixe i-office baze bahambe njengokuba babecetyiswa ngonogada ke baselonmin babenokuba benze ngolo hlobo. Injalo lonto leyo?
Xela thina ke ngoku. Thina asikwazi ukuthiya i-office zombutho njengombutho xa usithiwa uzohlaselwa zange sikwazi ukushiya eza office sabona ukuthi masikwazi ukukhusela zona nemiphefumulo yethu.
When we hear that the office is about to be destroyed or there's no way that we can just, or there's no way we could leave that office. So we saw it fit to protect the office as well as our lives.
I'm going to ask the question again. It was physically possible for all of you to just lock the office and save your lives that way.
Into bingenzeki noba yenzekile nayo leyo into kubana nitixe i-office ezo nize ubomi benu nibukhusele ngaloo ndlela leyo ngokuba nitixe i-office.
Akuzange kufike kum ukuthi ngahlaselwa i-office ye-NUM ndikhona.
Zange ufike kum?
Ayizange ifike loo nto kum ukuthi zingahlaselwa ii-offices ze-NUM ndikhona ngaphakathi ndizishiye zonzakaliswe.
It never crossed my mind to leave or to lock the office of the NUM and let it be attacked, whereas I was there.
I must appeal to members of the people who are sitting in the auditorium to please remain quiet. It only disturbs the proceedings if they make comments and interject while the witness is giving evidence and while his evidence is being interpreted. And if conduct of that kind continues, I may have to exclude certain people from the auditorium. I don't want to do that, but I may have to do it if it continues. Let that be understood.
Uyacela ke ebongoza usihlalo kubo bonke abantu abathe baza kule commission bazomamela into yokuba mabazama ukuyiyeka le nto yokuba athi umuntu ethetha ingqina okanye itolika kubekho abantu ke ngoku abambombozelayo okanye abathetha izinto ezithile uthi kuba kunjalo ngoba bayaphazamisa akasoze ke ngoku into enjalo akwazi ukuthi ayinyamezele uzawunyanzeleka into yoba abantu abathile abakhuphele ngaphandle kwaye akafuni ukwenza into enjalo.
Are you saying it was not physically possible to just walk away and leave the office?
Uthi ke biyinto ebingina ukwenzeka eyokuba nithi xa ioffice nivele nihambe nje.
Kumi andizange ndiyicinga loo nto.
Personally, I never thought of such a thing.
You're not answering the question. What council asks you is, was it possible, in the sense physically possible, for you to walk away? You could walk away. There was nothing stopping you, tying you down, keeping you in the office. If you had wanted to walk away, you could have done so. That's the question. What's the answer?
Umbuzo obuzwayo into yokuba ke ngoku nje into enokwenzeka into yoba nihambe nangamanye amazwi naningabotshwanga phaa kulaa ofisi uba nanifuna uhamba ngenanihambile. Uthini xa uphendula kulo mbuzo lowo?
Hayi kuba mna into ndanibona ngathi kufana noba siyadeleleka xa kuthiwa kuzohlaselwa iofisi yethu andiyiyo into endayibonayo kakuhle. Yiyo ke into eyandenza ingqondo yami yangakwazi ukucinga izinto ezifana nezo.
What made me not to be able to think in that fashion was the fact that I felt like we were being disrespected when we heard that our office would just be attacked. That's why such a thing never crossed my mind.
And akukho sizathu sasibeka ukuthi sihlaselwe ngoba senze ntoni.
No reasons were advanced as to why we were going to be attacked.
Still not answering the question that council asked you. Repeat the question, Mr. Semenya.
There was nothing to impede any one of you from just locking the office and walking away.
Akho nto yayime endleleni yenu okanye ninqanda inithintele noba ningaphumi ofisini nihambe.
Kunjalo?
That is so.
And had you done that, your lives would not have been in danger, am I right?
Ukuba nanenze njalo navela nahamba ubomi benu babungasoze bube semngciphekweni. Kunjalo?
Ndiqinisekanga kakuba kunganoba njalo kuba yayisekufutshane amaqhankqalazi.
I'm not sure if it was going to be like that because the strikers were closer.
No, Mr. Gegeleza, you told us some 10 odd people left. Their lives were not in danger when they did.
Anditosixelela into yoba abantu abayi-10 okanye nanilithile obuliqikelela ulithekelela baye bahamba kwaye ubomi babo babungekho sengozini.
Kodwa kum kwakumile ukuba ndikhusele iofisi zombutho kunye nobomi bam. Namanye amaqabane esenza kanjalo ngolo hlobo kodwa zange kubekho umuntu wayixelele omnye.
But I was determined to protect the office and my life. It was the same with the other comrade, though we never discussed or talked about that.
Had you left, your life would not have been threatened in any way, am I right?
Ukuba nanihambile kanye nanimkile ngela xesha ubomi benu babungasoze bube semngciphekweni. Kunjalo?
Kungaba njalo?
It could be so.
But instead, you wanted to fight off the people who are coming to the office, am I right?
Endaweni yoko niye nathatha isigqibo into yoba abantu babesize ofisini nifuna ukuba nilwe nabo.
Njengoba sasivile uba nabo bazosihlasela.
As we had also heard that they were coming to attack us.
And you were going to fight them off.
Nanizawubasusa ke ngomlo.
Kunjalo?
That is so.
By using dangerous weapons.
Ngokusebenzisa izixhobo ezinobungozi.
Njengoko sasiziphethe.
As we were carrying them.
Even including the firearm that was used.
Uquka kunye nalompu wasetyenziswayo.
Andiwazi uba nguphi umpu wasetyenziswayo.
I don't know which firearm was used.
The fight would include, not by any surprise to you, gunfire that you heard.
Kulomlo ke kwakuzosetyenziswa nalompu nani nayo.
Andiwazi umpu uba wokubani andizange ndive ndithe mna into endayivayo ndava izithonga zompu ukuba wawuphi umpu andiwazi.
I don't know who was in possession of the firearm. As I said, I just heard gunshots.
Now, I'm not suggesting you knew who possessed a firearm. I'm saying the fight you contemplated, it didn't surprise you that a firearm was used in it.
Anditho into babu wazi bangubani ophethe umpu kodwa ke lo mlo waye wabakhona zange umangale xa kuzawusetyenziswa nompu okanye umpu wasetyenziswa kulo mlo lo.
Ndamangala ndethuka nam ukuba ndandingazi uba kunompu khona apho ndethuka nam xa ndisiva izithonga zompu.
Yes, I was surprised and I was also startled when I heard the gunshots.
Okay. Now, there is a point at which after the shots are fired, that you see the people dispersing away from the NUM office.
Kukho ilixa okanye ixesha apho ke ngokuve izithonga ezo wabona pha abantu kwi-office num apho isihlwele sasihlakazeka khona.
Kunjalo babaqhankqalaze babuya umva bonke.
Yes, it was all the strikers, they went back, they ran away.
So at that point, we know that the NUM office is not under attack anymore, right?
Ngelo xa ke ngoku babebuyela umva bebaleka okanye bebuyela umva ngelo xesha elo kanye yayingahlaselwe office yenum injalo lonto leyo.
Ya kongasahlaselwe ofisini kuba isasesibaleqa ngolo xesha.
Yes, at that stage there were no attacks in the office because at that time we were pursuing them.
And at that time when you were pursuing them, your lives are not in danger, am I right?
Ngeli xesha ke nanibaleqa ubomi benu babungakho sengozini injalo lonto.
Kwakungenzeka ube sengozini xa bengaphinda bajika futhi.
Had they turned, then it was possible that our lives would have been in danger.
Yeah, you are inviting the danger, that's what I'm saying.
Ngamanye amazwi uthi nini ke aba babemema ingozi nibiza ingozi kuthi.
You have managed to repel this group.
Banakwazi ukuba nibagxothe nibenze ukuthi bahamba ababantu.
Andivumelani nawe.
I disagree with you.
Yeah, tell me why.
Ndixelele isizathu utheni ungavumelani nam.
Isizathu sokuba ndingavumelani nawo abaqhankqalazi sasibaxoshela ukuthi baphume ngaphakathi ehostel ukuze sikwazi ukubabona ukuthi baya ngeliphi icala apho baya khona. Singabayeki bengaphakathi ehostel ukuze baphinde bacebe olunye uhlaselo.
The aim was that we wanted to, as we were pursuing them, to chase them out of the hostel so that we could see the direction to which they would be running, and the aim was to avoid any attack that they might plan.
So not only did you intend to protect your life, protect the NUM office, you also wanted them out of the hostel complex.
Nani ngafuni nje ukuba nina ubomi benu nizikhusele kwaye nikhusele nesakhiwo kanye offices zenum nanifuna into baphume nalapha ku hostel.
Sase sibukhusela ubomi bethu kuba basebebalekile neoffice sase siyikhusele sabe basebebalekile bengasayihlazilanga ku-office. So sasifuna ukuthi babe sendaweni esizobabona ukuthi baphi apho baye ngeyiphi icala ukwenzela bangacebe olunye uhlaselo bengaphakathi enkombeni.
Yes, we had already protected the NUM office as well as our lives. So we wanted to see them as they were running, to see as to where they were heading for or running to, so that they could not plan any further attack.
So you were aggressors by this time, correct?
Kwela xesha ke ngela xesha abahlaseli yayinini ababeqala
With respect,
uhlaselo
there's an objection to that. And the objection is that the witness has on several occasions explained that the purpose of the pursuit was to keep the strikers who had attacked the office on the move in order to prevent them reforming another attack. Now, that is part, with respect, of a defensive move rather than a conversion into aggression.
the witness can give the answer instead of you. Mr. Semenya, please proceed with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair. You are now being aggressors with these people fleeing, evident to you, and you pursuing them like that.
Njengoba nani nanizibonela ukuthi ababantu ke bayabaleka. Ngokubaleka kwenu ngamanye amazwi naniqala uhlaselo ngokwenu ngenye indlela.
Agree that you were aggressors at that point?
Uyavuma uba ke ngokabahlaseli yayinini ke laxesha nibalekayo?
Andivumelani naloo nto kodwa emntwini owayengekho ongazange abone uba kwenzekeni wayengatsho ngolo hlobo kodwa mna ndandikhona andivumelani nalo hlobo.
I disagree with you in that, but to anyone who was not present there, he could view or see it that way. But to me, a person who was present there, I don't see it that way. I disagree.
Xa yabona abantu sele beleqwa wayezawutsho uba naba bahlaseli.
If that person were to see those people being pursued, he would say, here are the aggressors.
He wouldn't look at the pursuers as people who are protecting their lives, right?
Wayengazobabona ke ngo aba balekayo njengabantu abazikhuselayo bona ngokuleqa abanye abantu.
Kuba akazi ba kwenzekeni ubona abantu abaleqa abantu ezawucinga uba ngabahlaseli yena.
Because that person did not see what had happened. He would see just people pursuing others and assume that they were aggressors.
And we're going to argue that that is the turning point in this whole episode when the strikers see NUM being opposition, people who are responsible for the attack on them.
Uthi ke ngoku into azayitsho kanye nayitshoyo kuwe kulapho ke ngoku umba lo waqala uba ngathi kukho inguquko uyatshintsha ngoku ngokuba kwaba ngelo xesha apho abantu ke ngoku baye batshintsha ingqondo zabo okanye bayibona iNUM njengabachasi babo okanye abantu ababachasayo abangabafuniyo. Iqale ngela xesha kanye.
Kungenzeka uba iqale nge-10 xa bebona abasebenzi beqhutyelwa emsebenzini okanye kungenzeka beqale ngenantsika kuba abaqhankqalazi bona babefuna abasebenzi bangayo. Kungenzeka beqale nge-10 okanye nangomgqibelo because abaqhankqalazi babengayithandi into ama-RDO ayengayithandi into kokuba kusiwa abantu emsebenzini. Ingenzeka beqale nge-10 ingxaki apho bekhona.
It's possible that the problem, in fact, started on the 10th when the workers or employees were being escorted to work. Perhaps it could be possible that that started on a Saturday. Perhaps it never went well or with the RDOs, the fact that people were being escorted to work.
So ngeli xesha bezohlasela eofisini kungenzeka uba bebenomsindo weloo nto uba bebone abantu abaqhutywayo besiwe emsebenzini.
So what drove them to the office could have been the anger after seeing people being escorted to work.
Zingcinga zami.
That those are my views.
Aggravated, no doubt, by them seeing you chasing them in hot pursuit as you are doing, and they perceiving, as the evidence later will reveal, that they're being shot at by leadership of NUM.
Iyo ke lonto yaye yongeza nengcwangu ngamanye amazwi kubo njengoba babeleqwa nobungqina buzawubonisa ke apho into kubana babesithi bona badutyulwa yiNUM.
Ingenzeka uba iyo lonto ingenzeka uba yabongeza ubungcwangu.
It's possible that perhaps it really aggravated. Yes.
Because even on the 13th, when some group of protesters are confronted by General Mpembe and the other police, they say the police are not an issue here.
Nangel xesha ke ngokamaqhankqalazi ngomhla we-13 baba nendibano kunye namapolisa kukho General Mpembe bathetha abaqhankqalazi bathi thina asinangxaki namapolisa.
With that evidence, the point I'm making is they see their enemy in quotes being NUM.
ngelo xesha ke babe sebebona ukuba utshaba lwabo yayinum.
Andivumelana abaqhankqalazi xa besithi abanengxaki namapolisa kuba kwasekufe ama-security andikwazi ukuthi babanengxaki namapolisa kwasekufe ama-security kwenzeke yonke into enentsikeni e-Western Plaza. Andazi ukuthi kanye babenoba ngubani kanye bamsolayo nabangamsoliyo ne-NUM babeyisola ndiyavumelana ukuthi babeyisola kodwa hayi ukuthi banengxaki namntu ngoba bebekhona abantu asebebabulele ungambulala kanjani umuntu ngonangxaki naye.
I disagree then when you said they didn't have a problem with the police. In fact, they were already security personnel that had passed away, and problem at Western Platinum, and further that they were blaming everyone.
Sorry, I meant the South African Police Service were not a problem as far as they were concerned.
Ngokokwabo ke indlela bebona ngayo ingxaki yabo yayingasi ngamapolisa ingxaki yabo. Indlela abeyitsho ngayo bona leyo. Uthini wena ngaloo nto leyo?
Andivumelana ukuthi babenganothi banengxaki namapolisa kuba babengakwazi ukuwathobela kwizinto eziwafunayo kubo.
I disagree that they didn't have, when it is said that they didn't have a problem with the police, because when the police were saying some things to them, they were not compliant. They didn't comply.
Let me finally establish, nobody in NUM had asked any of you to stand and put life at risk in the protection of the building, am I right?
Kwinumke akukho mntu uke wacela kuni into banibe kubomi benu emngciphekweni okanye ebungozini ngobomi benu nizame ukukhusela isakhiwo okanye office leyo neyonum injalo lonto?
Akekho.
Yes, no one.
Those are the questions I have for the witness, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Semenya. This is an appropriate stage to take the adjournment. Before we do so, may I inquire which of the parties' representatives wishes to cross-examine after we resume? Anybody?
Just in that respect, Mr.
will
Power,
be
who was
Mr. Power, does he
who was
want-
here for the LRC, asked me to place on record that they had no questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Chairperson,
Yes.
if I may, with your permission, which you may give after the break, I have literally just one proposition which I forgot to put. It won't
Literally
be
is
more
a
than 3 or 4 questions. Chairperson.
Literally is a dangerous word sometimes. But,
Well, not
but-
literally.
right.
I withdraw just that word, yeah.
We'll take the adjournment. After the adjournment, before Mr. Tip re-examines, I'll give you an opportunity to ask 5 questions.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Society ngeza uqhubeka ngemva nba sibuyile ekhefini. mo ibe maqongo iqale emva kwela xesha kwakho ungquzulwano ke ngoku ne uthi into abazoyitsho ucela uphefumule kuloo nto leyo into yoba olu ngquzulwano ke labakhoyo yililo elikhokelela into yokubana abantu baqale ke ngoku abaqhankqalaza ukuphatha izixhobo bebesiphatha. Okwesibini yabakhokela into yoba bayobutha okanye badibane kulaa ndawo babedibanela phaa kuyo ke ngoku ngamanye amazwi phaa entabeni kwakusemva kwale ntlakalo isehlakalo esenzeka ngala mhla bewukhankanyile.
Ya bese ndicacisile ukuthi ungenzeka ukusukela ngomhla we-10 August 2012 ukuba abaqhankqalazi bakubona ukuthi abasebenzi basuke emsebenzini baba nomsindo futhi kungenzeka ukuthi baba nomsindo futhi nangelanga langomgqibelo.
As I said earlier on, that possible thing is that what really angered them is what happened on the 10th of August when they saw that the workers were being escorted to their work, and further, the other possible thing is what happened on Saturday.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's possible that that's what angered them. The second issue which I want to raise with you is that you have testified, and Mr. Sitelele or Mr. Brown has also testified that sometime at about 4 o'clock, I think is your estimation, he just says in the afternoon, the NUM held a meeting near the Vonderkop Stadium, which, according to Mr. Stelele, was attended by 1,000 people. Am I correct that we are talking about the same meeting? In other words, sorry, the meeting that he talks about of about 1,000 people near Vonderkop is the same meeting that you place at about 4 o'clock?
Kunzalo?
Mamela qala. Ukhuphe ubungqina bakhe ke into uBrown apha into kuba kuke kwabakho inhlanganiso phaa ngaseVonderkop apho singathi phantsi abantu abaliwaka bebekuyo lo nhlanganiso ingathi ixesha liqikelelayo intsimbi yesine ilo nhlanganiso inkulu uthetha ngayo nawe leyo.
Kunzalo?
That is so.
The evidence will be that that meeting took place at the same place outside the Vonderkop Stadium, you know, where there are those green pipes that the protesters had hitherto used as their meeting place. Can you confirm that?
Ngoku ke kuthiwa lo nhlanganiso yayibanjelwe apha ke kuVonderkop Stadium kodwa ngaphandle apho kukho le mibhobho ke ngoku iluhlaza apho ke ngoku abaqhankqalazi bebebuthana khona. Uthini kuloo nto leyo?
Kunzalo?
That is so.
Now, from that, just that information which you've just confirmed, we're going to argue at the end of the case that, among other things, this confrontation resulted in a territorial occupation, for lack of a better word, by yourselves as the NUM of the usual meeting place of the protesters, so that they could no longer meet there, and they, as a result, from that point on, started meeting at the copy.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku into abazoyitsho nabo xa kuzoqhutyelwa lo commission into kuba into eyethi yenzeka yakhokelela ukuthini into yobana ke ngoku kubekho ungquzulwano ngommandla okanye ngaloo ndawo leyo babekade bedibana kuyo abantu yinto ke ngoku khona eyakhokelela into yobana bahambe bayodibanela kwindawo eyahlukeneyo engenye.
Akozange kubekho ungquzulwano kwindawo ebedibanela kuyo kuba kwakungekho umuntu ngela xesha uBrown addressa i-meeting phaa kulaa ndawo.
There was no confrontation at that time, because at the time that Brown had addressed the meeting, there was no one there.
Ngaphandle kwabasebenzi ababezomamela into ezothethwa nguBrown, kukho umuntu wafika wasuswa kulaa ndawo.
Except the workers who had come to listen to what Brown had to say, but no one was ever expelled from that place.
Yes, I accept that. My point is simply that by the time you had your meeting there, the successful eviction of the protesters who had been meeting there had occurred permanently, and they, from that point, started to meet at the copy, and I've run out of questions, so I'll have to leave by your answer. Thank you, Chairperson.
Into ke eya icebo lenu okanye into enayenza uyaphumelela ukuba nibenze babangasakwazi ukuthi badibanele kuloo ndawo ngamanye amazwi nimekhuphe ngayo nabakhupha kuloo ndawo okanye nabasusa kuloo ndawo ngokuqhubekeka nibambe intlanganiso kuyo loo ndawo into eyakhokela into yobana bona bagqibe ekubeni bayodibanela phaa entabeni.
Andivumelani naloo nto.
I disagree with you in that.
There's a supplementary question you have to ask so that we get the full picture before us. I will give you permission to ask it.
Chairperson, I'm indebted. Can I bank that permission for some other time? I'll use those questions when I'm not supposed to.
Need to draw on that account at this stage, you don't have to.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I appreciate the indulgence. Thank you, Chairperson. Further.
Adjournment, when I asked if anyone else had questions to ask, there was no response. Oh, Ramapele, Mr. Ramapele, sorry, did you indicate? If you want to ask some questions, please come to one of the seats in the front so we can see you.
Nango ke umhlekazi uRamphele siza ngaphambili ingathi naye unemibuzo afuna ukuyibuza elinqina lihleli apha ecaleni kwam.
Yes, Mr. Ramapele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Is it Gegeleza? I represent two of the securities and one of your members that were killed on the 12th.
Uyazichaza ke umnumzana uRamphele into yokuba yena umele abanogada ababini abathi basweleka kunye nalo umnye wasweleka wenum basweleka ngomhla we-12.
And one of the issues that I would like to bring to the Commission is to establish the extent to which unions, including your union, might or might not have contributed to the deaths of my clients.
Imiba kafuna ukuyivisisa kanye uyiqondisisa kakuhle kule commission into yokuba yintoni ke igalelo elenziwa mhlawumbi ile union kanye enye into eyakhokhelela ekuswelekeni kwa babantu abameleyo.
Now, the first question that I would like to ask you is, in the evidence that you gave about protecting the office, were you, the decision that you were taking, was it a personal decision or were you acting as leaders of the union?
Kulento ke nanithetha into kuba kwanye nanisithi into bana nifuna okanye ufuna ubuyiswa kubungqina bakho into bafuna ukukhosela ioffice leyo yinto ke ngoko owawuzixelele yona wena ngokokwakho leyo kanye yinto enayigqibayo njengaba ngenkokheli zenum.
Ngalamini ndayigqiba mna ngaphakathi nezinye icomrade ndiqonda uba zenza kanjalo kuba kukho umuntu wandixelelayo ukuthi mandenze lokho.
It was just a personal decision and something which I believed was done by the other comrades, but no one said nothing to me in that regard.
Many of you, of the 20 or so that were the office, were shop stewards.
Uninzi lwenu ke singathi abantu babeyi-20 okanye siqikelela kwenu nanelo abantu abaninzi apho yayizi-stop steward.
Kunjalo?
That is so.
Will I be right if I say that shop stewards are at a level of leadership, maybe not very high leadership, but level of leadership in the union?
Uvumelana into yokuba banokuthiwa basi-shop steward ngaba banezikhundla eziphezulu apha ke xa sithetha ngokuphatha kubaphathi okanye inkokheli baphezulu.
Kwa-union, bakunjalo kwa-union.
Yes.
Banesikhundla ngokwehlukahlukana kwezi-structures ze-union.
Yes, it is so in unions. They have their positions according to the structures of that union.
Now, if you have just said that it could be that the strikers became angered by incidents a day or two before this particular one, would you say that it was prudent for you to actually take the position of defending an office?
Ke ngoku busitsho into yoba
I mean,
mhlawumbi
as leadership, not as you, as leadership of the union.
into afuna uyiqonda ke ngoku into yokubana ibiyinto elumkileyo na utsho ngamanye amazwi yokuba nithathe isigqibo sokuba nikhusele iofisi ubulumko na.
Uba bekukhona izinto imiyalezo ofikileyo ukuthi siyathi sizohlaselwa bekusisigqibo esilungileyo kumi ukuthi ndizikhusele iofisi kunye nobomi bam.
Because we had already received a report that the office was about to be attacked. So to me, it was a right decision to make to protect myself and the office.
Are you saying that you did not have trust in the law enforcement authorities to protect your office? Because I believe there's a satellite police station just a few steps away from it.
Bungakholwa ke wena kuba abakwantsasana aba njengoba busitsho into yobana kukho i-satellite police station bebengakwazi ukuba bakhusele awuthembi ke bungalithembi ukhuselo lwabo?
Abahlali kula office yabo akunamaphoyisa pha kula satellite sekuhleli nje.
They don't stay, in fact, in that office, in that satellite police station. It's just a building, a structure.
Are you saying that it was not possible to contact the police and say, we have information that our office is likely to be attacked, we would like police protection?
Uthi bengena kwenzeka into yoba mhlawumbi nizame ke ukuqhagamshelana namapolisa nibaxelele into yoba kungenzeka ke ngoku into yokuba iofisi yenu ihlaselwe kwaye beningathandi into yobana bayikhusele.
Thina ku-NOMC sirepotela ikhampani xa ngaba kunengxaki ekhona. Ikhampani kube iyikhupha security sayo. I-security kube siso kanye singabiza amaphoyisa. Akuvamanga ukuthi thina siye emaphoyiseni siya ekhampanini ikhampani sithumele i-security kuthi.
Normally, if there is a problem, then NUM will tell that to the company, and the company is the one that in turn will send their security personnel. It is not normal for NUM to just approach the police in the first instance.
So your first port of call in relation to security is the mine, and the security of the mine came and advised that you should vacate.
Uthi into eniyenzayo ukuba nixelele ke ngoku inkampani le baye beza ke abanogada ke base benkampani le banixelele into ba phumani apho injani lonto?
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
And you did not vacate?
Nina ke zange niphume.
Kunjalo?
That is so.
Babathi abazozikhusela nabo iofisi zombutho xa bebuzwa secretary.
Yes, because when they were also asked by the secretary, they said they will not protect the offices of the union.
Now, let's go to these two sides and you've elaborated in very well terms what your view is in relation to a fight and dying in a fight. Now, these two sides, the large group that you saw and the 30, who would you say was more prepared for a fight?
Njengoba buke wakhupha imibono bakho ke ngoku wathetha ngomlo wakhupha imibono yakho nokuba umuntu azimisele into ba angafa naxa kuliwa xa ujonge kula maqela amabini ke ngoku ayingquzulwana kwakungquzulwana phakathi kwawo ngeliphi iqela lalizilungiselele kakuhle bazilungiselele ukulwa?
Ndingathi sonke ngoba abaqhankqalazi babe zilungiselele xa besize uqhankqalazile nathi sakufumana ukuba bazosihlasela sazilungiselele.
I can say all of us, because as the miners were approaching, they had already prepared themselves. And so upon hearing that they were coming, we also prepared ourselves.
Of the 30 or so that were at the office, how many were injured in this confrontation?
Kwaba bantu ke ngokuba ngamashumi amathathu okanye mhlambi xa sithekelela okanye siqikelela elo nani babe se office ngathi kubo abantu abathi bafumana umonzakalo yayingabantu abangaphi ngenani.
Akukho umuntu owayepha e-office unofumana umonzakalo.
None of the people who were in the office got injured. None of them got injured.
And as you have heard, there were two from this large group that was prepared for a fight that were badly injured.
Uvile ke into kuba kula maqela amabini ke kukho isibini esangqelekeka ngendlela emasikisi.
Andivanga basingqeleka kangangani kodwa ndivile babakhona abantu abangqelekekileyo.
I never heard about the extent of his injuries, but what I heard was that there were people, in fact, who were injured.
Now, let me make a proposition to you. It was the 30 that was more prepared for this fight than the large group that when the 30 attacked, turned back and fled. What would you say to that?
Uthi ke abona abantu babebonakala bezilungiselele kakuhle bezilungiselele lomlo yayingaba ke bangamashumi amathathu yiyo lonto ekwathi bona bakuphumelela okanye bakwazi ukwenza uba aba baninzi nabo babaleke kungoba aba bayi-30 babezilungiselele kakuhle bezilungiselele umlo bona.
Andivumelani naloo nto kuba xa unokuqwalasela kukho apha kwi-10 abaqhankqalazi abanye kohluthwe kubo izixhobo nabo kubonakala ukuthi bebevele benazo izixhobo.
I disagree with you in that because on the 10th there were some weapons that were taken from the strikers that clearly shows that they also had weapons.
Further that, open violence, open injury to individuals actually started after this incident. That is why the councils say it became a turning point.
Uthi ke ngoku udushe olayelenzeka ke ngoku kuhleni luqale emva kolonto leyo yilonto ke ngoku nomhlekazi amagqwetha amaphezulu alapha athi kulapho into yonke kwanye imeko yaqala yaguquka kwanye yatshintsha khona.
Mr. Chair, before the answer is given, and I'm reluctant to interfere at all with my learned friend's cross-examination, but there is already evidence before the Commission in respect of events of intimidation and that there had been reports of assaults on persons in the course of the night of the 10th, 11th, and that open violence, whatever that means, had not surfaced for the first time in the morning of the 11th.
Into ayithethayo ke senior counsel uthi into kuba
I can,
kwakusekho izigrogriso zazikhoyo ngoku ke kwakho into ingxelo zokuba abantu babebethwa begrogriswa ngoku ke uthi ke yena loo nto zange iqale ngentseni yangomhla we-11.
well, I can rephrase. You see, what we have seen as public killing of people, of your members, started from the time when this confrontation happened. My baby was killed, and then the two securities were killed, one of whom was a member of NUM.
Udushe ke ngoku nokubulawa kwabantu kuhleni esihlangalaleni kwaqala emva kongquzulwano olu nabanalo ngalamhla ukhankanyileyo uthi ke undive kuqala uthi into yakho ke into ba kuzosweleka ke ngoku lo wenum obelilungu lenu kuwa kunye nabanogada ba athetha ngabo apha.
Njalo?
That is so.
So I think as a leader of the union, as shop steward, you're supposed to, if you agree, say that what happened, that confrontation might have contributed.
Uthi ke njenge wena uwenye yenkokheli uyishop steward apha kunum into obunoyithetha ke into kuba enye into engunobangela okanye eyabanagalelo kulonto leyo yabalwa ngquzulwano lalenzeka ngalamhla sithetha ngawo.
Kunjalo?
That is so.
No, I thank you. Thank you, Chair.
If there's no one else who wishes to cross-examine, Mr. Tip, are you ready to re-examine?
I'm ready to re-examine. I'm happy to tell you that we have no questions for the witness.
Nothing. All right, thank you. Thank you. Do you want to ask you a question? No. You want to ask you a question? Do you know whether the shop stewards at Lonman, the NUM shop stewards at Lonman, have licensed firearms in their possession?
Unolwazi na lokuba ishop steward ke ngoku ezipha num ioffice num banemipu namaphepha agunyazisiweyo na?
Andikeva nto ngampupha kula office.
I never heard anything about the firearms or regarding the firearms in that office.
Thank you.
Enkosi.
Sorry, is it?
You were saying thank you, Commissioner, and I was saying it in Xhosa, enkosi. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, it's been interpreted already. Thank you for your evidence. You'll be excused.
Kusibongile ke bhuti wami Nkosi ne kulungile ke ungahamba nyawo ntle.
Yes, Mr. Tip.
Mr. Chair, we propose to call our next witness, being the President of NUM, Mr. Senzeni Zokwana, but may I respectfully suggest that it may be appropriate for us to make a fresh start with him at 9:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, certainly. We already have his statement.
You have the statement. The statement has been in circulation since well before the end of last year.
So we already have the statement. Will he be the last witness you are calling?
Certainly, that's our present intention, subject to matters that may arise. But that would complete the NUM parcel that we wish to place before the Commission at this time.
Yeah. Then the Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Sigqibile ke namhlanje siyaqhubeka khona ngomso ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.